on Overwatch. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
You know, it feels more like it's a Monday than it does a Thursday. Unfortunately. Then I work tomorrow the next day. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's not fine. It's a little depressing actually, but whatever. Okay, might as well turn off the face cam instead of sending your like and hearing random clicking noises. You still hear the random clicking noises though. You will. Oh wait, I also never showed the earrings, right? They go hard. They're not real razor blades. They're very just like dull. They don't cut anything. They're pretty cool though. I just don't want to wear them. Or the sword ones because headset, you know, it kind of just like digs it into me. Which it's obviously not sharp, but it's still a piece of like metal, so it's not comfortable. Anyway, when the face cam goes off, I'm gonna whip this stuff till my bones collapse.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get into the Nino Kuni. Yes.
This sword says it allows brutal foes to be crit.
What are brutal foes?
I think brutal's like one of the tactic tweaker. Yeah,
They normally can't be crit?
I guess so. Or it's really bad phrasing and you always crit them. Which could also be pretty cool.
Who knows? Now the question is, do I want to finish the quest line or do I want to do the Soloseum?
I know what I'm doing.
The Winnoway?
You were supposed to have a really hard time guessing because it wasn't one of the options.
Well, I knew. How's it going, Tycoon? I have strep throat. Ooh, that's rough. I don't think I've ever had that though. So.
I'm tragic.
I'm chilling. That's why I've missed streams. To be fair, I haven't streamed. So.
True.
Coworker gave it to me. Rough. Well, fair, yeah. I've been throughout this entire week. I worked Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Then on Monday was like a full baking day of like cookies and stuff like that. And then Tuesday was Christmas Eve, and so we were also out all day. Kinda. But we also were like eating dinner as a family and stuff like that and wrapping presents. And then obviously yesterday was Christmas, so we were out all day doing stuff. And also having a dinner. And then today. So, haven't been able to stream at all this week. I doubt we'll do a Brawl stream this week just because that would be today. I kind of want to try and finish up this game, so we'll see. But I just want to have a chill day today before I have to work tomorrow. And then I also know we're probably not streaming on Sunday, even though I have off because Christmas party, and then Tuesday is New Year's Eve, so we might be able to stream a little bit before, depending if we have to make snacks and stuff. But
Evan!
I also sent pictures of a lot of the Christmas stuff I got on the Discord. I'm wearing my Zorro shirt right now. Kind of crazy. Can you feel that, Mon? Buzzing it is. Time to get materializing, I reckon. All right, let's give it a try. A set of cutlery. A set of knives and forks.
What the flip?
Cutlery, flippin' cutlery. I suppose there's no telling what nonsense might be important to people, ain't it? This one man's trash and another man's trash and all that. So we'll take it to the conductor and see what he has to say. But what about the other? Or at least other thing? Declaration of Interdependence forms a brief moment before shattering into pieces. Is there a third one over here?
I'm not sure. I think there might have been one just higher up.
That's what I was thinking. area really reminds me of Code Vein. Especially with the red items on the floor. Sort of Unity forms for a brief moment for shattering to pieces. Wonder if we're going into other side Roland's memories. Yeah, we might be finishing the game today, Tycoon. Maybe. Another key I see. This will open a new door for sure. Well, well, knives and forks. Who'd have thought it? And a pair of each to boot. Such things often appear in pairs, you know. Well, no time to dwell on why the nightmares attacking are getting worse. We need to act before it's too late for whoever's memories we'll be visiting next. The nightmare in the last memory lane almost had Nella under its control, which means they're getting closer to the High Hyglodies. Well, cutlery from the Lost Continent. I can't wait to see where this leads. Higgle my D. Off you go, off you go. Once more upon the Morris of Memories. Also, Tycoon, we learned that the Rocks Pirates is actually a pirate gang in One Piece. Which is cool
Kinda crazy.
and not cool. Because it's cool, obviously, because the Rocks Pirates, but that was going to be, like, my pirate team. Like, JV Rocks, it wouldn't be the JV Pirates, it was going to be the Rocks Pirates, but...
I guess it just has to be the Slip Pirates.
No. Absolutely not. And also, Wano was, like, super good. Last night we finished Act 2 and watched some more stuff about, like, the Reverie, and again, we learned a little bit about the Rocks Pirates and stuff, but it's kind of, like, really, really good. Very much so enjoying it. It's just, again, it's one of those things where it's like, I want to keep watching more, but then also I'm going to be caught up before I know it, and then it's going to be a real shame. But then it's, like, also, like, cool being caught up, so I don't know. Because there's a lot of anime I still want to watch, but it's like, I also just kind of want to watch One Piece. Rough. I guess I'll just have to rewatch it.
True. There's no other way.
Mm-hmm. That's the great part about, like, movies or games or anything that people don't understand is, like, if you enjoyed it the first time, you can quite literally do it again because you enjoyed it so much. I think people forget that too much. Like, wow, all these games coming out are really bad. Then play all the good games that are out. Play all the fun
That's
stuff
fair.
that you want to play. Like, same with, like, movies. All these movies are bad. Then watch all the sick movies that you really, really enjoyed again. I don't know. It doesn't always have to be new stuff. I don't know. Alyssa or Elisa. Where have you gone? Where have they all gone? What has become of Allegoria? Why do I alone remain? Truly, I will hate that there's no voice acting in this game. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. Because I want to eat my schedules, and I want to sip my coffee. But I gotta read dialogue. Was that? Well, he didn't take the blindest bit of notice to us. Let's go after him. If the other memory loans are anything to say, we'll learn more up ahead. Also, these TNT or spicy TNT Minecraft Pringles, they pretty much just taste like nacho cheese. What in the Skyrim music am I listening to right now? I feel like I'm fighting a dragon.
Sounds intense.
But I'm not fighting a dragon.
You don't know that.
I'm not actually fighting a dragon.
That's what makes the music so terrifying, is you know a dragon's close.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's the case.
Makes it even scarier.
I disagree. This backstory is about to be so intense.
I bet it's gonna be just as good as One Piece.
A One Piece backstory?
Yeah.
I doubt it. Whatever the worst One Piece story is, double it. And then that's what you'll get here. Not double
That's
it
fair.
and make it better. Make it worse.
don't know if I can entirely agree with that. I feel like there have probably been some pretty bad backstories.
Yeah. The Horned One is
Like
no more,
Wingo.
and the world's at peace. How long have I waited for this day? Well, if they talk about Foxy or Wapple.
I feel like there's another really bad backstory.
I feel like even if it's bad characters, the backstories aren't necessarily bad.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't really like Morio, but you know, I would really like to learn more about him. Like one of those things where it's like they seem like a cool character, but they weren't very fleshed out in terms of like who they were and who they are. So. Conflict between kingdoms seems to be continuing, despite the fact the Horned One is no longer with us. Could it possibly be a case that he was not the one responsible for all the world's strife?
Ready for this? Here goes.
Who's even trying here? I love dead ends. To be fair, I did go this way because I knew it was going to be a dead end. Because I love them, so.
That's fair.
But I can't. Robust bones.
That's it.
I'm also very tempted to rewatch Black Clover. Because after seeing some of the fights and stuff, like, maybe the animation actually was, like, really, really crazy good.
Yeah.
I just wish I had more time dedication I could put to specifically watching stuff. Because, like, there's so many things I want to watch, not even just anime. Have you heard? It seems Allegoria has completely, or wasn't completely wiped out after all. Some people survived. This wonderful news. I hope to enjoy a long and happy life. That I don't know. It looked like demised, but I must have read something wrong because that doesn't make any sense. But I don't care. DLC boss. A slimy boy.
Happy life that I was denied.
Ah, denied. That makes more sense.
I am counting on you all.
This is some interesting gameplay though.
Been weird.
I'm clicking the left mouse button.
I'm clicking the left bumper.
I don't think people realize how important it is for even games that aren't based around movement to have good movement that feels like good and fun. Or at least fast.
Yeah.
How many of these things are there?
An unlimited amount.
Unlimited blade works.
I was thinking the same thing. Because I don't know what else uses unlimited.
I also want to watch all the Fates. You know, I'd also like to say how, I don't know if it's how much I dislike, but why they do it in such a way that where they have to make such confusing things. Like Fate. Like, what order do you possibly watch Fate in that makes any sense? your work. It was you who devised the Great Blade, was it not? You mean the Sword of Unity? It is an item of immeasurable importance. You have done us a great service in restoring it to its true form.
Huh?
Can I help you? It is nothing less than a miracle that your path and the boys should have crossed. What are you talking about? Thank you, and sorry from the bottom of my heart. What the flippin' flip was that all about, man? Boy, snap out of it. Don't just stand there with your gobs open. You've got a high higgledy to find. Oh, of course. Come on. Intense music. I've heard rumors of a forbidden Allegorian spell, one that grants eternal youth or in exchange for one's humanity. Could such a spell exist, and if so, might someone like me be able to cast it? Really depends on what your humanity is. If it's just the fact that you're human, what makes someone human, you know?
Yeah.
But if it's just like, I don't know. Rumors persist that DeLorean, King of Allegoria, is still alive and has been searching other dimensions for the Horned One. Find it hard to believe that he would do something so foolish. Everyone knows that once one has entered another dimension, there's no coming back. It's always weird how in like fantasy things, it's like humans are like by far the weakest, but then also they're like, oh, but being human is what's so important.
Yeah.
I am counting on you all.
I guess it's supposed to be like a point, like that you can be weak and still be strong. But what's it? If you ask me, so far the like best, you know, race tier list. You know,
Sounds like a great idea. Keep going.
would be like an elf. Elf seems great. It just seems like you get to live longer and you have like an affinity for magic in like any sense.
Yeah.
Not to say if I was an elf I'd look down on humans, right? But I'm just saying I'd be glad I was born an elf.
I feel like some things are weird, 'cause I feel like dwarves are normally just like pretty resilient, but it seems like a lot of the time it's more like them being super skilled at stuff is just kind of like something they choose to learn.
Yeah,
Because nothing.
but also it raises the fact that it's like that's more of a situation than just their race.
Exactly.
But then also it's like confusing because like their bodies have evolved in such a way because of what they do to where it's like kind of a given to do that. You know, because like for example with elves doing magic and being taught magic, then it's like people who are born elves just have a higher magic affinity, so it's like that's kind of just one of those things. Not to say that you have to do magic as an elf, but just one of those things. It's like it's kind of more the natural cycle, but that's only because people just chose to do it. So it's weird. It is said that time does not pass in other dimensions, nothing is born, nothing dies. In other words, nothing happens at all. The look on your face, you should believe anything you hear, you know. Kinda. That's what's cool about the anime is that it's not just like, it's like a bunch of humans and then they just go to places with other races. It's they like actually recruit them and then it's like, oh, it's cool. Because they do their own thing. It's also really cool when they don't do the thing that they're like fit to. Like a magic dwarf. That's sick. Plus then you get cool combinations like spell swords. It's like, you know, if I got magic, I'll handle use it. Cool. Rumor has it that entering another dimension breaks the bond between a person and their soulmates. Even in death of one's fated partner will no longer have effect. All very interesting, but what about my soulmate? What has become of them now that I find myself in this state? Wait, do I even have a soulmate? Or you can just be an overpowered slime.
Shall we?
It makes you wonder though. Again, is it like slimes are actually just that strong? But it's like they just don't have like a brain?
Yeah,
But then,
because it doesn't seem like in a lot of things they can necessarily just absorb things and become that thing.
I don't know. It's also weird because it's not like a set thing. You know?
Because in a lot of things, like, there's generalizations, but again, slimes could just always be able to do that in that world.
Yeah, but it's like other things. Slimes are just completely useless. But again, there is no like actual set of what slimes are capable of. So weird stuff. People are not affected by whatever their soulmate people are not affected by whether their soulmates live or die. It seems the connection is simply passed on to the next generation. That is, if rumors are true, of course, but I suppose we will never know for sure. How can one hope to prove anything like that after all?
Blackout was easy.
Yeah. I think a great example actually that I was thinking, I'm like, what show does have a bunch of like different like species and stuff? But Seven Deadly. Well, there's probably a lot actually, but because there's only what, like one human, maybe two.
Yeah.
Meliodas is a demon, and Kang, which is a fairy, Diana, which is a giant, Bond, which is human. What's it, Gother, who's a puppet or something?
I think so.
And then,
I wouldn't necessarily consider a race, but
yeah, but not human. And then you have Merlin, which is human, I think. And then, who am I missing? Or am I not
Pride.
missing? Pride, yeah. Which, I'm actually not sure. I assume human, but I don't know how that all works.
maybe there's a pretty human. And I'm gonna assume that's all of them.
Here goes.
And also, they actually get powers from like, seeing the Seven Deadly Sins, or is it more so? Because it was, I think the only one that it kind of, well, I guess, I don't know. Because it's more so they are just considered those because of the things they did. So it's like, say,
more
Bond
titles,
didn't
so I
gain
really
immortality from becoming one. He more so gained immortality and became one. I want to watch all Seven Deadly. Again, no, I don't know. The sins are off their personalities, nothing else. But not technically though, because wasn't it based off of the things they committed in the backstory and character type? Yeah. Because like I don't think Bond's necessarily what he's greed, right? He's not necessarily a greedy person. He just did that one thing. But I guess he
To be
technically
fair,
was a
with,
thief, wasn't he? So maybe that does make sense. Yeah.
With King, it's a little weird because I feel like he wasn't really, you know, like the lazy kind of guy until afterwards.
Well, to be fair, I don't really know about his main ability is steal. Yeah, but
I
again,
don't know about his main ability per se.
but see, also though, you would argue there's plenty of thieves that are probably very similar. It's just because he did that specific thing that gave him that thing of it. But what did... See, I still want to know, like, how does that exactly work? Because it's not like they got, like, matching tattoos, right? Or is that what happened?
You know?
Because I thought it was more of a... They did something, and then they got marks or whatever.
I'm not really sure how the marks happened.
Also, King is 2,000 years old and is sloth because he has never moved to action before he made the friend. He always sits back, and it's not 100%. Yeah, I can see that. I didn't really remember King's backstory all that much. Besides,
I feel like he was
a
pretty
king.
energetic, like, before everything happened. But then again, that could have been a while ago.
Yeah, but also you gotta remember, it's not exactly, like, 100% fitting. Because, again,
I mean,
Bond was
yeah,
a
but
thief,
more
and
so,
he
like,
did something.
He's pretty lazy nowadays.
Yeah. which one's Merlin? Lust?
I think it was gluttony.
No, because yeah, gluttony. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. But it's like say like lust is Gotha, right?
I think so.
But it's like it kind of uses it in a different sense though, right? More so.
Yeah.
Was it
Same
like
with gluttony, I would think.
Well, yeah, but it's like it's confusing. But also, I don't really see how any of those are necessarily the ways they did it, at least very sinful, or it's like they did something so bad using that as a thing, you know? Because like Bond, obviously, his is kind of weird because obviously it wasn't for bad reasons, but he still did do something of like great importance.
I don't know if he necessarily did like a horribly bad thing, you know?
Oh, something like more forbidden.
Yeah.
So I can understand that, even if it was for good reason. This is Allegoria, isn't it? Hey, it's them. What is it, DeLorean? Elisa, I would speak with you of something important. Speak then, I will listen. It's a private matter. Meet with me at the King's Cradle. I will make my way there now. Promise you will come quickly. This must be the memory Alessandra and DeLorean shared, which means his memory lane is taking us pretty far back in time. Which means you can get to see what Allegoria was like before it was destroyed. Let's go and have a look around. Hear me out though. Haven't we already seen what this place looks like when it's not destroyed?
Only kind of. We saw like a copy of it, I think.
Well, it's a pretty accurate copy.
Yeah.
If you ask me, it's the exact same.
Maybe to the untrained eye.
Wasn't this also just like a memory? And it wasn't his a copy of his memory? So I mean...
I mean...
Are we even really seeing what it looks like?
In that sense, no.
Exactly.
In that sense, it will be exactly the same.
Mm-hmm. Can I interact with this thing over here? No.
All right.
King DeLorean spends every minute of the day with Alessandra. I'm not even exaggerating. And every single minute when I asked him about it, he simply replied that he was captivated by her elegance and beauty, which is all very well, but what about his duties? Still, I suppose it's better to have a king who gets along with his king's maker. We all know what happened to his predecessor. I'm guessing he didn't get along.
That's a pretty wild guess.
I literally dodged up, but whatever. I'm guessing there's nothing over there. Seems Alessandra has adopted a human form in order to better observe the kingdom from King DeLorean's perspective. Maintaining that form, however, seems to be proving rather more difficult than she'd imagined. After all, it involves restoring her old self, the one that existed before she became a king's maker.
So what, the King's Makers just straight up used to be people?
Guess so. I've heard that people from other lands consider our king's maker a potential force of immeasurable evil, such gall. Her power is beyond measure, that much is certainly true, but to suggest that it might be used for evil, they will pay the price for their insolence. One day, they will bow down before her and all. Power isn't good or bad.
Makes me wonder how many things I've heard that from.
Sounds like philosophical, you know.
I mean, kinda. If not just, yeah.
King Delorn is certainly a mighty wizard, but his lack of charisma concerns me. Still, the Kingsmaker has spoken, and he appears to be taking his royal duty seriously. As such, I must do whatever I can to support him. I don't know why we still don't have the ability to, like, just see treasure chests or something through walls.
Eh.
What if I just actually don't talk to all these people because I don't want to?
Yeah.
Allegoria is a mighty kingdom, far superior than any other in the region. It is home to the mightiest Kingsmaker, the most advanced magic, and the most virtuous citizens. If it has one weakness, it is that the continent on which it stands rather small. One can only imagine what heights our beloved realm might reach if it had access to all the resources of Altamnia. It's crazy how these are like the most powerful people, yet these are the ones that died.
Yeah.
To be fair, it's probably in the same sense as most places, where it's like they were too advanced, you know? That's what destroyed them. Open up, Buttercup.
Crazy advanced combat right here. I'm just spamming the right bumper.
That's crazy. Plant boss time. It's like a ghost. So Lauren, wait. You will never be reunited. Never. Gasp! Your crimes are too deep, too dire. My crimes. I wish it were not so, but you are right. Forgive me, DeLorean.
Hello.
Wait, no, you can't give up. You. We found these knives and forks and they led us here. Those belong to DeLorean and myself. Such happy memories, too long, happy days spent together. Don't let the horrible creature get to you. Meddlers, interferers. We'll handle that monster. You use the time to think things over.
To arms!
It's the Nightmare King, and bang. I'm so good at this game.
Here goes. Weakness.
Wait, grab this.
Weakness.
I'm gonna dodge it.
Here goes. Weakness. Here goes.
You leave my friends alone, Nightmare King.
Here goes. Weakness. Weakness.
No hit. What's my version? Oh, my controller.
That's crazy.
I had my foot on my box. And then the box started shaking. I'm like, what's happening? Is there an earthquake? It was because my controller was on top of the box.
I think it'd be a little easier to notice an earthquake.
I don't know. It's the Higgledy of loving Limerick. Limerick? I see, so you're a high Higgledy of love. Alessandra, Kingmaker of Allegoria, went to the King's Court just as Lauren had asked. He thanked her for a seating. to his request, but something in his manner was strangely nervous. "What is it, DeLorean?" Alessandra asked softly, hoping to put him at ease. "Please, if there is something you would say to me, say it. If there is something you would ask of me, ask it. There is no mere consultation. This is far more than that." So, saying, he took several deep breaths before finally continuing. "Elisa,
Love.
I love you." Finally, he uttered the words that had weighed on him for so long. I'm assuming that's what it said. After it said it weighed, I accidentally clicked the continue button. "I love you, dear Kingsmaker, and I love my country also. Nothing could make me happier than our leading Allegoria to glory together." Elisa hesitated for only the briefest moment before replying. "I love you too." And then they banged. Right then and there. Right at the king's cradle. Her pleasure at his words had been immeasurable, for she really did love him more deeply and truly than she had ever thought possible. But she could not share in his happiness completely. The memory of the countless kings before him cast a shadow over her heart, for each had left this world in the end, as all men must. The vast gulf between king and kingmaker could not but weigh on her mind. One day DeLorean too would come to that end of his life. One day they too must part. Oh, how she loved him, and yet the boundless love would only turn to pain when the time to say goodbye came at last. And this was not all that troubled her. She feared that in entertaining such feelings at all, she was not fit to call herself Kingsmaker. These were the ancient times, and to have another take her place would require that their life be sacrificed. She could not allow another to give their life for the sake of her own, and she could not entrust a mere mortal with the terrible power over which she had command. It was in pondering this quandary that she came upon the idea perhaps there might be another way to leave Allegoria with the Kingmaker. Perhaps she might be able to split her heart in two and leave half behind and watch over the kingdom. And so she tried with all her might to separate the part of her that was Alessandra from the part of that was Guardian of the Realm. And she succeeded, if such may be called success. There was, however, one part of herself that she found she could not split in two, her love for DeLorean. But alas, she was unable to stop what she had started, and the part of herself she had split off from the rest soon mutated into a twisted being in its own right, the Horned One. The nightmarish monstrosity, lacking anything that could be called a soul, duly ran amok and set about laying waste to all the kingdoms of the world. The great godlike power Alessandra had so feared granting to another had been unleashed nonetheless, and Allegoria had been doomed in the process. With the world facing certain destruction, she had no choice but to plunge the entire continent on which her beloved kingdom stood into another dimension. And in order that it might stay sealed away, she had no choice but to trap herself there too. Allegoria was gone, and Alessandra with it. But DeLorean remained, having lost his kingdom and his beloved Alessandra. In one fell swoop, he desperately set about seeking the means to bring them back. But he did not even know what the Horned One truly was, much less what had given rise to the creature. And so he turned to the ancient writing to learn more about the Kingsmakers and how they came to be. There he learned that they had been created by Zayn, god of gods. In old time, Zayn was a lesser and the lesser gods, his children, had ruled over all creation, but having passed the power of kings to their kingsmakers, Zion stepped back from the world. I see it now, it is forbidden for a king to love his kingsmakers. DeLorean cursed himself for his blind presumptuousness. I unthinkingly attempted to disrupt the balance Zion had so carefully created, but though he had convinced himself of his crime against creation, still he could not forget her. And thus was born his plan to steal the other king's bonds and use them to bend the Horned One to his will in the hope that he might release his beloved from her prison. Years passed, decades, centuries. And one day, from a prison beyond the world, Alessandra noticed a strange light. A flashing, violent line of light, a light that cleft the space between worlds. Beyond, she thought she glimpsed the one that had been separated from long ago, the one she had loved so fiercely she reached out her hand. And what happened next, we'll have to wait for another story, another time. What a sad story. My love caused the world untold heartache. But I cannot change what has already passed, not least because I no longer exist.
But...
Well, that's not quite. But my love can live on in another form. Big wig. Perhaps he will go some way towards atoning for my sins. You will take him with you. Yes, of course, but you were the chosen ones, the saviors. Far greater trials than this await you. Allow me to pray for you, to pray that the ones who saved my dear DeLorean from himself will always be blessed. And that your Kingsmaker will continue to watch over your realm forevermore. You got no worries on that front, man. Welcome back, everybody. Is that another high Higgledy I spy? Lofty, you've never told us how or why you became a Kingsmaker, have you? Our latest little adventure got you wondering, has it? Well, I am from a village of little creatures called fairies, see? And before I was even born, they made a law that we weren't allowed to go making contact with humans, but I heard loads about them from the boss of the village. See, fascinated I was. One of the things I heard was that some humans made pacts with magical creatures to protect their kingdoms. Starry-eyed little me was proper taken with that one.
Yeah, and?
So I told the boss I was off to become one, and he had a massive row, and then I ran off all petulant-like.
Oh my!
Gosh, that was very assertive of you. So off I go, searching and searching. Eventually I sniff out the Kingswind. I followed it as far as it went and ended up at the Cradle of Light. Only problem was I went and made the trial of knowledge so flippin' difficult, no one could pass the flippin' thing.
What?
So the story from the trial was one you made up?
Huh?
Oh crikey, no, not me, man. The boss of the village. I'd be in deep trouble if I went claiming that little number for my own. Intriguing, truly. So, you were so taken with Kingsmakers that you decided to become one. Which means the God of Gods didn't choose to make you one?
That's right, man.
Yeah, thank Flip. I wouldn't even know where to start looking for the bloke. Well, we've learned a great deal about your old friend Lofty, and we didn't know before, but it's time to move on to other matters. The Higgledy of Love has been recovered, and that means only 2 remain. Without further ado, let me tell you what I know of where the next key might be lurking. You may be surprised to learn that this one is in the Mouse-Eared Castle too.
What the f?
What, back to Ding Dong Dell, a flippin' again? It seems to be related to having had to hide out near Evermore. There was an awful lot of people here with memories in that part of the world, I suppose.
Hello?
And where in the castles at this time? It was seen by a man with black hair. When you stared in the mirror, I think you've got it already, haven't you? Now off you go to get hunting. I can't wait to see our next key.
I only know one man with black hair.
Who's that?
Roland. We get real world memories. I also didn't think you were moving through this place quite as quick as you were, because I just now entered Allegoria.
I took my time, dude. You must have just really took your time.
I guess so. Or it took me way longer to get to the Winnoware than I thought it did.
Maybe. Do I know where I'm going? No, not at all. If only someone could help me. I'm gonna follow the arrow. I get lost anyway. That is a closed door.
You make it sound like it's especially closed.
It is. There is no entrance. This place can I enter?
You know, I'm sure I said it when we first got to Allegoria, but I'm like, man, I really hope we get to explore this entire place again.
I think there was only one chest. So. Yeah. Gotta go to my room. Small knife forms for a brief moment before shattering into pieces. So it was the mirror in my old room. Any memories that have gathered here probably have to do with Roland. How exactly do you work that out? You psychic or something?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's just that this is where he and I first met. He appeared in my room and looked surprised when he saw himself in the mirror. 4, you ain't half got a memory for details. Hey, righto, go on and cast materialize and see if your hunch is on the money. An empty book. That looks like it might be our key, or the key we're looking for. What's it a book about? Well, nothing, it's empty. I think we better go and see what the conductor makes of it. Why don't we ask Roland? Maybe he knows what this book is.
Why can't I jump? I know I have to bridge this gap by jumping over it. My jump, it got eaten twice.
That's why I just ignored it. Tried it twice, failed twice. King of
But it
March
leads
for a
to it.
brief moment before shattering into pieces. Yeah, well, that's not my problem, dude.
Ooh, the mediums manual, just what you wanted.
Was that for making the jump?
Yeah. Assuming you're talking about the rooftop jump.
Can I just like skip to the end of it? Is the question.
Definitely. They wouldn't force you to redo the entire thing with all the dialogue. Wait a second, that's bad game design. That's exactly what they do.
I wanna shoot myself in the head. At least I can avoid all these enemies, right? They're so weak. Sweet, sweet. I'm glad I'm gonna be able to refight all those hordes of enemies, the bosses, though.
Of course. Those are the fastest parts, at least. But they're not. That skeleton room probably took me longer than exploring all of Allegoria.
How's it going, chat? I don't care what Jared's doing.
You actually know what I'm doing.
I want to eat these spicy Pringles. That's the only thing I don't like about spicy, like legitimately, is the whole it's spicy. I just feel like, again, it's like they make something and then they just add spice. When I feel like normal spicy food, you know, it's more about here's a taste that you want and it's just spicy.
You ready for this?
You know, it's like this. It tastes like they're like, oh, let's make some Pringles that taste like nacho cheese, right? And then we just like sprinkle straight pepper on it. Personally, I think the worst designed spicy food is the ones where it's like you can only eat like 2 or 3 at a time.
Yeah.
That's just stupid. Like Takis aren't like super spicy, but it's like you can't just like sit there and eat Takis, you know? At least I can't. Like every like 2 or 3, I gotta take a sip of water or something. But at least Takis taste good. Especially the like I think it's Fuego ones with the lime. Because the like blue ones, like blue fire, obviously they're cool because they're blue. But I'm pretty sure they just are the same except they don't have the lime. So it just kind of is like more spicy and less delicious. But it's cool because they're blue. Yeah, personally I just think taste should come first and then it'd be kind of spicy. But like, again, these like TNT Pringles, I want to eat some chips. It's like they're good, but then it's like I eat 2 and then I have to like sit there for like a minute or 2 just to like quench the flame. No. No. No, no, no. Jared, no.
I see.
No.
How's my inventory looking? No. Yeah, I've got 245 items. We're not looking good.
That's tough. Yeah, that's the only hard part about streaming specifically, is that I just can't eat and play. Cause like, say
that
I could,
sounds rough.
like pop a chippy, right? Maybe like a pretzel, or like say a bite of SpaghettiOs, but it's like, I don't know, it just doesn't really work.
That's the difficult part about playing games. I had SpaghettiOs to eat, and I have coffee to drink. And yet, there's never a good time.
I feel like, say like right now, I can do this with one hand at least, especially when it's straightforward. So
I can easily mash through dialogue with one hand though, which is convenient.
Yeah. I just feel like I don't shut up, so there's like things to talk about the whole time while I'm doing something like this. That doesn't require me to concentrate.
Yeah.
But then I'm thirsty and hungry. It's mostly tough with water because
Speaking of hunger, make your
Speaking of
own.
hunger. That's fine with me, honestly. I plan on making a sandwich anyway.
Fair.
I don't know what else we have. The Chinese food is pretty scarce now.
Wonder what happened to it all.
I don't know.
You ready for this?
Someone like devoured all the lemonade.
Here goes.
Tragic. Only a true monster would do something like that.
Somebody ate like all the orange chicken and white rice too.
Yeah, I don't know who did that.
Different person though, I would imagine. Still some chicken.
Here goes.
It's always candy. Play with all the big stuff, but I don't want to eat first at the top.
That's the issue with just having some candies. Again, I will also say some of the food that's just really bad, or snacks or whatever, things that are too spicy to where you can only eat like a couple at a time, right? Because again, just stupid. Because like not only can you not do anything, but it's like you can't really have a drink next to you besides like water, or else it's gonna taste weird. Oh, that plus you wind up drinking a lot of water if something's spicy. But then also the fact that some things just ruin it for a while. Like say, if you're drinking like something like iced tea, for example, because I've had this specific situation, but then you have chocolate covered pretzel, it's like, can't do that, you know, because they conflict too much. So it's like, again, you kind of need water for eating some chocolate, which is fine, right? However, some things, like, if you eat, like, peppermint patties, then you're just kind of like, dude.
Yeah.
And these, like, peppermint soft candy things, maybe it's like taffy, I don't know. It's like they're good.
Tragic, because peppermint patties are just like really, really good.
I just feel like spicy foods, and would you consider peppermint spicy? It is pepper, right? Mint.
I mean, I wouldn't consider it spicy in the sense of that you can't eat anything afterwards. I think it's just like, I think mint really works as its own category there.
So is there only that one staircase you gotta jump to? Is there multiple?
I think there's only one.
Was there anything in the regular Allegoria?
Like up that staircase? I don't know.
Up
Did you
there.
miss the jump on that one too?
Well, I only tried each of them once.
Gotcha.
Why can't I travel any tripwires? So just leave. Anyway though, but mints is the kind of like thing. Like say if you eat like a peppermint patty or like one of those like mint candies or even like the dinner mint or regular just mint, you can't really like say eat like a chocolate afterwards. It's just weird. You can eat like beef jerky. It's weird.
Also just makes everything so cold.
Yeah. I don't know. That's the only reason, like, I like the mint flavor, but it's just so overpowering. Same with, like, spicy, like, food. It's not, like, actual spicy food. Like, say, like, some hot sauce with some, like, tacos. It's not, like, overpowering. Like, oh, I need water. It's gonna ruin the taste of everything, you know? It's not like I'm dying. But with, how do we even get to Allegoria? Is it the belly of the beast? Okay, yeah. Anyway, just like, it ruins it. It's like the same with gum, because usually it's mint. But like, what do you really do there? That's why I just hate gum so much. because like technically I've learned a couple things. Like first, you're not really supposed to eat all the time because technically it would work like your, not your jaw muscles, but you know like all that. And it can be good for your teeth sometimes because you know you're like using it. It's kind of like going on your teeth and you know. But the issue is that a lot of it just has sugar in it. So you kind of want sugar-free gum. You want to do that, as well as like it ruins the taste of anything. Like you can't eat something while eating gum or drink anything while eating gum. And then even after, you have to wait like 30 minutes before things will taste right again. It's like brushing your teeth. So it's hard. I don't know. I just don't like foods or snacks like that, even though I like mint. And I like spicy foods, just like... This jump is so annoying to make. I just like spicy foods that's like, it's good and not just spicy. Like I like something to be good that has a kick, not something that's literally just a kick. There also is a ghost appearing in a treasure chest.
Nice.
You have seen the crystals that have been placed around the city. Each is said to contain the power of a holy beast. It is thanks to their protection and to that of our beloved kings that peace remains supreme for this fair realm. Okay, it's just a charm charger. Maybe that's special? I don't know. I'm gonna regular everyone in these claim my stores. Yeah, no. It just like when I eat candy, I want to be able just to like eat some candy.
Crazy.
So just a little bit rough when like I want to eat the candies I don't want the most first, because like it's still candy I want, you know. That's why usually the few things that I'll just actively choose not to eat are lollipops and like Pop Rocks and stuff, because I just don't enjoy them like at all, and they have that effect. I think hard candies I just don't enjoy because I don't know, I get it, it's like you can't really drink or eat anything while you have them, and it's not like they're like really good or anything. I just don't like hard candies. There's probably some I like. Like say the Werthers are pretty good, but it's like again, I don't want to just like sit there, especially because the main reason is like I can't do that while streaming because I'm just like sucking on a piece of candy. I can't really talk well without it being annoying, and then also it's not really a good like snack. Like, ooh, let's watch some anime and what's it? Eat Werthers? It's like I'm just gonna stand there and suck on a piece of candy? No, absolutely not. It's not for me. It's not for me. Yes, this is it. The key we've been looking for, and now that we found it, I can open another door. The book with not a single word written in it yet. Ooh, isn't it exciting thinking about what doodles to do?
What?
You're really not going to draw on it, are you? Oh, I must confess to feeling the urge to jot down a nonsense or two, but I suppose it's a little too important for that. Shall we get this door opened? It's time to set out the search of another High Higley. I'm so excited to see what this one might be. Is this the last door? You've unlocked a memory lane. Right then, off you pop into the muddle of memories once more. I also cannot wait to watch the Sonic 3 movie. I don't think you understand. The game I'm most hyped to play is Sonic Shadow Generations, right? 100%. Like, obviously, I really want to play like Metaphor and Borderlands 4 and probably a lot of things actually. But the top of the list is Sonic Shadow Generations, and I really want to watch the movie.
That's fair.
Yeah.
You know what's even more important than that?
Work.
No.
Work. What?
This door.
Used to
I bet
empty
it's gonna be
books.
so interesting.
Why does an empty book sound so familiar? Does Minecraft is empty books, right?
I don't remember what it's called actually.
I feel like it's called an empty book or something.
Pretty sure it's called like well, it's book and quill normally. I'm not sure
Is
if it's
it
called
Terraria that is
probably just
empty
a
book?
written book. It just has books.
Like empty books. Some about it, you know, it's so familiar that conjoined words. I don't know. Why is Dad not here? Where'd he go? Oh, it's about my son that I
Tomes, I'm pretty
abandoned
sure.
and got killed by a missile. Huh?
There's empty tomes.
Yeah, that's probably it. And it probably looks like a book. And tome and book are basically the
Crazy.
same word. Where did he go? Where is he? Can't you tell me anything? Your father is he's going to another world so that you can save this one, and you? So please, you have to be patient just a little longer, okay? Come on, let's get you back to the hospital. But I'm here. How can he help me when he's someplace else? What's Will? Wait, what's Will doing here? Gotcha. Okay, that makes more sense. Who names their kid Will? Was that
I
someone
like
you
how
know?
you're confused about him asking a question. It really added another layer.
Well, there was a question mark there. It's the first thing I saw, so I immediately was confused. You know, it's a question. I was questioning
fair.
myself reading it. I can understand your reticence. Reticence? Reticence?
We need a Leander translator.
Roland, but this place being what it is, I suspect we will find out soon enough whether you wish it or not. Dot 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 dot. William he's my son.
Listen here.
And how's that possible,
The
Kershey?
quality of being reticent, reserve. So reserved.
Gotcha. Brothers, I'd understand, but you're too young by half to be happy to a pup that age. What do you mean? Roland even here looks like
Sorry, we
he's
need a
30.
to translator.
And I think him having like a 8-year-old kid when he's 30 isn't like this crazy thing.
Yeah. Maybe it's different in this world.
I mean, maybe.
I mean, like, how old's Evan? And I imagine Lionheart was pretty old.
Evan's like 6 years old.
No.
Who's Evan's mom? Maybe as you can see me now, but not back from where I'm from back there. I'm almost as old as you, Batu.
Blimey.
Batu looks way better for his age, though.
That's fair.
Maybe he dyes his hair. What the heck you on about? I don't completely understand it either. But these are supposed to be meeting places for people's memories, right? Maybe we're all about to learn something. If the others have been anything to go on, we can't count on it. Come on. So why are these memories like tied to only us? Alright. Seems like if someone else did this, they'd be very confused. You know, seeing as it has nothing to do with literally anybody else. Except us.
But you also kind of just know a lot of people.
But it's like Queen Narya, but also Leander, but through Leander's memories. So it's like we're just going into Leander's memories.
Yeah, and something that seems especially weird, like Martha. Because I feel like Neria's like, you know, a very popular person, you know?
Yeah, like a king or queen, but yeah. President Crane's approval rating is through the roof. His healthcare for all policy turned out to be a huge hit. Really?
Ready for this?
That's crazy. But the question is it free healthcare for all? Because just healthcare for all. That sounds like some people just aren't allowed to have healthcare.
Here goes.
It seems like they might be a little behind. You know, what I find crazy is that I feel like, now call me absolutely insane, right?
You're absolutely insane.
Exactly, but I feel like something like healthcare and like public transportation, like even like taxis and stuff like that, it's like, shouldn't those just be like free but then paid for with like taxes? Isn't that what taxes are
Yeah.
just for? It's like everyone contributing to make things better. So
I mean, that is logically what makes sense. People who can't afford that stuff, it's paid for by people that can afford that stuff.
yeah. And plus it's like, I would consider like public transport and like something like healthcare completely necessary for every person. Every person. So why wouldn't it just be free and then just taxes go towards it? Because again, even if taxes were like, say, half my paycheck, or, you know, it's like, that's also would be more worth it. Instead of paying like $500 to get my one tooth fixed, right? It would be free, but then I'd just be paying however much, but I don't know, it just seems better overall. But don't worry, at least teachers make nothing.
Of course. We just gotta make sure that everyone pays a bunch of money and no one benefits from it.
Yeah, I don't know, it's crazy. The president's son is still in the hospital. You gotta feel bad for the kid. I mean, he's so young. I mean, I understand that, like, taxpayers going to, like, the military and stuff, because, you know, it's, like, keeping people safe.
Yeah.
But it's also, like, I feel like there's other things that are important. You know, when a lot of people are dying or in bad health and stuff, even when they're safe, is it really even that much better? I don't know. I'm no politician. I just think, seeing as that I do work and contribute to society and taxes, that something like being able to get my teeth repaired or go to the doctors when something's up shouldn't cost me so much money. You know. And plus, again, people being in worse health means that they're working less, which means they're providing less. So why not work towards what just happened? Oh, I accidentally clicked the Windows button. Maybe that's just crazy. But
Yeah.
you know, that's why Canada seems nice. I think Canada has free healthcare. I don't
believe
know.
I've heard the same.
I don't know everything about Canada. I don't know how great of a place it is to live. But it seems pretty nice.
Sure can't be that bad.
Yeah.
Can't be worse than here, am I right?
I mean, it could be.
My Overwatch weekly performance.
Let me guess. Negative.
Literally impossible.
I don't think so.
I don't think I've gone negative ever.
Things are reaching boiling
Worst
points
I've
over the
gone
border.
this
It's time for
a
President
month
Crane to
is,
step up
even.
and show up what he's made of. Dang straight, and it's time for him to drop that dumb obsession with healthcare. We need to ramp up defense spending stat. Now see, in a sense like that, I can understand putting less into it because, you know, active threats.
Yeah, you know, the entire place being completely obliterated sounds a little bad, actually.
Yeah. To be fair, I can understand though why it would seem like why you'd be it's like his kid's sick, so it's like he wants to put all that money towards healthcare instead of the state, which seems like he's more being selfish about it. Which that part I understand. It's like just going whatever in your interest, you know, isn't really the smartest thing. But I don't know. I'm no politician.
My most is Hazard, and I took 30,000 more damage than I've dealt.
Wow, that's crazy. You also died 30,000 more times than you've killed. Got him.
My final blow to death ratio is 1.5. Yours would be a little hard to tell, because usually you go like either 5 and 5 or like 30 and 1. So.
I go 5 and 5. That's actually so rare to go even. I feel like I go negative more than I go even.
I don't think that's entirely true.
I feel like I'm usually like I die 3 times in a game, and then go like anywhere from like 12 to 15 kills. Like I think the highest deaths I really get are like 7, and that's a bad game.
That's fair.
Let's look at my weekly performance. I don't want to clear my inventory here. Don't make me do it.
I'm not gonna make you do anything. We'll just sit back and enjoy the show.
Enjoy me selling all my weapons?
No, enjoy you suffering from not being able to pick up weapons.
Why is it so loud? My ear roars! My poor ears!
You'll never guess what candy I just opened.
Probably something minty or spicy.
No.
A Laffy Taffy.
No.
A Pocky.
No.
A Reese's.
No.
Three Musketeers.
Close.
A Snickers bar.
No.
Two Musketeers.
Not quite. Closer.
Milky Way.
Correct.
I think that's a pretty good guess.
There are a lot of candies. So.
Exactly.
Hey,
Well. We met? Sorry, I guess I must have forgotten. It's me, your dad. Huh? You're funny. My dad's a little older than you. And he has short hair and he dresses better. I'm wearing literally his outfit. What do you mean?
That's fair.
And I have like the same hairstyle. Kinda. My hair looks pretty short. I'm not gonna lie to you. He's always too busy with meetings and stuff to hang out in a place like this. In a cave? I think most people are a little too busy to just hang out in caves.
That's fair.
Besides, he's dead, we're all dead, we died from a missile, or when the missile came down.
Hey,
What was he talking about, Roland?
hello.
Roland! It's a long story, too long, and we have a high head glue to find. But William's not dead. I won't believe it until I see it with my own eyes. This is just a nightmare playing tricks on us, and it's low even for them. How come it was a book that brought us here anyhow? I never saw it before in my life. It's his kid's book. Obviously. It's about the kid.
Yeah, and it's about the fact that he's never saw it before in his life.
And that's how it's why it's empty. It's probably a
Exactly.
diary on how much he loved his dad.
I was thinking more how he doesn't know his kid, not just his kid hates him.
But I was saying the book was about how much he loved his dad.
But it's empty.
Yeah, because Roland's never seen it.
I mean, yeah, but the way you said it also implies that it's the fact that there could be just nothing in it.
No, because you were implying that the book he's never seen, and then I was saying how that's why it's empty, because he's never seen the book.
It's fair.
How much of this is true? How much of it's a bad dream? It's more like a nightmare.
Okay, you had the one-liners going there for a second. Just for a second, though. You know, I also gotta say, I feel like Bad Dream sounds way cooler than Nightmare. Maybe it's because of how overused Nightmare is.
Maybe.
And Darkrai 6.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be funny if I just like actually didn't sell my weapons and I just ignored it?
I mean, you do really need some weapons, though.
I don't think so. I already have 300.
That's actually a great point.
Who's this guy? He looks kind of familiar. I don't know what it is. He kind of has like shorter hair and dresses better. What is it? Some
kind of horror movie? This place
is crawling with monsters. The horror movies really crawl with monsters. I feel like
Yeah, I
most
feel
horror
like
movies
they
are
usually
one
have very
monster.
few.
here goes nothing.
I don't think this guy knows what he's talking about.
I like psychological horrors.
Plus, I mean, these aren't very like scary monsters.
I don't think most monsters in horror movies are really that scary.
Yeah, but they're supposed to look like terrifying, you know? They're just supposed to be like, here's a golem. He looks pretty strong.
See, my kind of horror is like early Supernatural, where it's just like really eerie. It's like you don't know what you're looking at. That's what makes it scary.
You know, I said it's actually my least favorite because it's the scariest.
Yeah, but that's like the thing. It's like, what is the thing? It's so scary. Then you just see like eyes in the dark or really just creepy hands showing up. Like things peeking out of the water out of nowhere. And like, that's like the jump scare. It's terrifying. Truly.
Yeah.
Or like you're watching 5 Nights at Freddy and get jump scared by just like a ringing. And that's it.
That's actually, I still love that.
To be fair, I do appreciate jump scares, right? But I don't
I feel
really
like they can
think
be done well.
I don't think they really fit in a horror movie too well. Because like I get the point is like adrenaline built from like the suspense, right? Because you're just like worried, and then it's just I feel like jump scares like it either has to just jump you when you expect it, or not when you expect it and then hit you with a random jump scare. You know?
Yeah, I feel like it takes away from it a lot. Like, it's so suspenseful, and then suddenly all the suspense is just kind of gone, it feels.
Yeah, it's like something that's not even scary. It just had that one factor. It's like, yeah, that's stupid.
That's why I feel like more things need to do a jump scare, and then like a couple seconds later, another jump scare.
Yeah, but see, even that, those like just jump scares are like cheap.
Yeah.
You know?
I feel like just like straight up, completely out of nowhere, is like kind of just bad.
Well, you just said like they're walking in like a house, and then like randomly like a jack-in-the-box goes off, and just like out of nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. Or a phone suddenly starts ringing.
Yeah, it's like that's just annoying because like a random jack-in-the-box wouldn't even be scary. It's the fact that it's like they zoom in on it really quickly, and then they also like make it super loud, where it's like all your
Yeah.
senses are just getting like quite literally just overloaded, and that's what scares you. But it's not actually that something's scary or even interesting. It's just stupid. But also, it's the same with gore. Like I feel like gore should just also be in its own thing. Because again, just like watching someone getting like ripped to shreds in a very violent way and blood everywhere, like stabbing someone in the eye, very, I don't know. It just like, it's not scary. It's just really gross.
Well now.
Yeah.
Looks like you're pros when it comes to dealing with monsters. Guess I'll leave it to you then. My talents are needed elsewhere.
I
Yeah.
feel like blood was just enough.
Yeah, that's why again, like Saw is good. It gets like interesting, you know, it gets you thinking, but it's also like a very simple premise, like death game. You know, and even like things like Alice in Borderland. It's like there is gore, but it's mostly the like suspense and just the interestingness, but it's still like that. I don't know if it'd be considered more thriller than horror, but I don't know. I just find like that stuff a lot more interesting. It's like, again, something that's like has a cool premise, not like, hey, look, we're gonna try and scare you, so the entire premise of the movie is just gonna be scary.
Yeah.
Like, I've never watched it, but I'm sure it's pretty similar to that.
Sure.
Putting
Yeah, I
those
can't
people
really
for the
see it being a
job
good story.
and letting them get on with it, that's what a good leader does. I mean, I'm sure it's well written, obviously, because it was a book and then made into a
Fair.
movie. But again, I don't know. It's like 5 Nights at Freddy's. Like, I feel like it's not really that well written, you know? And like the gameplay doesn't seem fun. That's how I feel like something like it would be. It's like not well written, and it's also not like interesting. It's
Yeah.
just jump scares. Like say another good example is like Danganronpa. It's like it has some gore, but also has humor, but it's definitely like serious too and like messed up. But see, then you have things like Squid Game, where it's like gory and supposed to be like the same thing as like those other ones, like Alice in Borderland or Danganronpa, but it's just like really bad. And part of it, like the appeal and unappeal of it, is that it's like simple games, where it's not like something you really have to think about. and usually the solutions are really weird. Or just dumb. That's how I felt mostly watching Squid Games. Like, really?
Yeah.
You're telling me someone
I feel
dies
like
because
people
of
just
this?
make some really dumb decisions. For one. Probably one of the biggest things, honestly.
Yeah, or just again, just things that are like that people just get lucky, and then it's like not interesting. Like I prefer when it's like you have to figure things out, or something. Not just like, oh, I'm gonna be the only
I
person.
feel like a
doing
lot
this
of the
way.
appeal would be like, again, like you have to be smart, and then you can figure out how you could survive in that situation.
Yeah, but it's like Squid Game didn't feel like that. Like, oh, they're gonna do tug of war. Whoa, who could win? You know, like probably the stronger team. Oh, sorry, these people are cheating, and they have professional strats against it, even though they're the weaker team. That makes sense. And like the stupid glass panel thing, it's like whoever goes first loses.
Yeah.
Cool. What a great game design. But yeah, that's super
Yeah,
interesting.
again, that's also things that just do seem kind of completely unfair.
Like I said, completely unfair, and don't
Like,
require
again,
any
there's
strategy or
like
thinking.
such a low chance that anyone going like in the first half survives.
Yeah. Some ones I find funny, like the first one, like the red light, green light. It's like, really? How are you losing in that?
Yeah.
I feel like you just have
Plus,
to get
of course,
really
other
cheated.
people get in the way.
Yeah, but it's like, again, she's like, really? I don't know.
And again, I find the glass panel one really stupid, because again, even if you don't go first, like again, how it was at the end, which I imagine would be too much spoilers, is like the people in the very back don't choose if they live or die. People could just not move.
Just bad. And like saying tug of war. So like, yep, you kind of just get a team. The hope yours is better. That's it. That's it. I don't know. Squid Game is actually terrible. I seriously don't understand how that got any of the hype it got.
Yeah.
Another meeting, I'm going to be late to visit the hospital. I feel like if you're the president, you know, does it really matter? You can kind of like do whatever you want. It's like, oh, can I visit my dying son? It's like, oh, the visiting hours are over. It's like, I'm the president. And it's my son. You think if police come in and be like, oh, this person, we need him. He's out. Visiting hours are over. Like, ah, darn.
Come on!
I just feel like so many things are stupid. I don't expect perfection by any means. You know, there can be plot holes or just stupid stuff, but you have to at least make it entertaining. Right? But I feel like so much of the time, they don't even do that. Like Squid Game is a perfect example where they thought it would be really entertaining and like also really good, even though it's like, wasn't at all.
Here goes. Here goes. Here goes.
You know, I feel like I must have like not put on the right thing to deal with this guy.
You know, I feel like I forgot to turn off hard mode. Because I was also a very important question. Why does Roland heal nothing? I miss a step?
Here goes.
Define heal nothing.
Like I give him a 4-leaf thing and heals him like 800.
I thought you just said more
Randy,
health.
that's like a 4 restore. Well, currently he has 4,700, and Leander has 4,000, and Tanny has 3,300, which is a pretty decent difference, but not like that much of a difference. Where it heals him like 10%, and Tanny like all her health.
Here goes.
Splitterator, stand still and die for me, will ye?
Here goes.
I seem to be staggered, personally.
Don't let me down.
I think what I really need is a third knight to just continually wail on him.
Yeah, I'm deciding to summon my knights now.
I like also, the second I try and use my executive order, he just turns into a ball and runs away from me.
Yep.
Here goes.
Why is my controller falling over? Stop! It's ruining my game! It keeps rotating, it fell in a weird angle! I think I'm gonna No.
Also, this is the perfect example of a boss that isn't good. He like has the ball move, and then like he can just choose whether he wants to be staggered at the end of it, or hit you instead.
Not to mention he can just stall out halfway if he decides to.
Yeah,
Here goes.
It's called bad design, Jared.
it's kind of crazy.
Here goes.
At least I find these things interesting. If they're, like things like this should be glass cannons if they're gonna move around and also do high damage.
Yeah.
I feel like, honestly, just crazy thought. If something's gonna be hard to hit, it should have a lot less health.
Crazy. Again, that's why I don't understand flying enemies. It's like, ooh, they have like 80% of the health, but you can hit them like a fifth of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Here goes.
It's like I'm doing 0 damage to this guy.
Here goes.
Is he just like really weak to magic actually? Maybe that's what I'm missing.
No, that's actually a pretty high possibility.
Here goes. Here goes.
That's something I actually meant to click. I forget where I just forgot to pull up a stat page that told me all this info.
Here goes. Here goes.
You just do like 100 damage deal.
Here goes.
I guess, yeah, that's
I
what normal
want to
does.
attack! Let me play the game! Oh, sorry. He's down, crippled on the ground, confused, but he can block with his head.
Yeah, of course. Ah, it's just like Sonic Heroes.
Sonic Heroes truly, if it is getting a remake, people have been talking about, but I think it was more of a leak more than anything, so who knows. But
I just want like better enemy design, really. I think I could settle.
I just find it absurd that some of those stages took you 30 minutes.
Yeah, and I think a majority of that was just that one enemy.
I just think the random momentum storage is really bad. It's like, you don't actually have momentum, but the moment you land, it gives you a huge burst of speed off a cliff.
Exactly. You can move like actually 1 mile an hour, just like. And then the second you touch the ground, it's over.
Yeah, and the enemies just seem like such a terrible system, truly. Like, it just randomly sometimes things do damage, and other times like nothing happens. I don't know. If I could beat all the monsters, don't you think my dad will come back to me? That'll never happen though, I'm too sick. Guess I better get used to the fact that I'm never going to see him again. I could not bear to see your father die. Lucky him, at least somebody cared about him dying. No one cared about me.
Hey.
Well, that's not true. Dad never came to visit me in the hospital, and it was the same with Mom. No, Will, listen to me. Guess he just didn't care. It's not true, Will. It's not true. Well, to be fair, not until like the very end of the game did we even know he had a kid, as well as the fact that he didn't care about even going back to see his kid. So,
Yeah.
not to say he didn't care, but you know,
He certainly didn't do a great job of showing it.
yeah. I feel like if I was taken away to a random world and stuff after something happened to my world and I had a kid that I cared about, I think my like sole thing to do is to get back to the world even if it's destroyed to see if my kid's okay and to deal with
Yeah.
the issues.
And like that's the weirdest thing is like it's not even like I don't know how to go back, so I'm gonna help him while looking for a way back. It's just like
it was
yeah, I'm gonna
never
give it
brought
to
up that he
now.
cared to go back.
Yeah,
like, "Where
until
am
the
I?
very end where he
Please
has
go."
to be sent back, and it's like yeah, okay.
Betrayed by his own closest advisor, the poor prince only just made it out of the castle alive. It's all thanks to the mysterious stranger. I wonder what happened to the prince after that. Having been rescued from the clutches of evil wyverns, the pirate princess joined forces with the prince who'd rescued her and set out to exact her revenge. I wonder what happened to the pirate princess after that. Again, something like this in the story should have just been like halfway through, I feel. Like, why at the end is the DLC?
Yeah, like again, we didn't really know a whole lot about Roland.
Yeah, and see, then it would prove that he cared.
The main character. Well, again, he hasn't thought about him up.
Kind of cut out there, but for the most part. Did Discord die? Does it vanish, guys? Okay, your thing's just cutting out a lot. I'm gonna try reconnecting. Yo.
Yeah, I dropped my controller.
Oh, gotcha.
Back, you left.
Gotcha.
Either way, he basically hasn't mentioned him or showed that he cared at all until after the game's over.
Mm-hmm.
Which doesn't bode well for him.
And that one part towards the very end.
Yeah.
What is
in
Evan doing?
What, the final dungeon?
Yeah.
He is schmoovin'.
The dog folk decided everything on the roll of the dice. The prince of food, the punishments administered to criminals, all were entrusted to chance. I wonder what happened
Price
to the
of
dog
food.
people after that. Whatever. The
Prince
librarian?
of food, learn how to read you.
That sounds cooler.
I can agree with that.
The librarian liked to test those who came to visit her and would reward those who overcome her trials with the gift of wisdom. Our heroes passed their test with flying colors and gained the knowledge required to save the world. I wonder what happened to the adventures after that. They went to sleep. The queen of the merfolk used her powers to turn back time to ensure that the number of her subjects never changed. I wonder what happened to the fish people after that. To be fair,
I went backwards.
we would also know. Wouldn't we? Like, more so, we could go into the future after the end of the game and what happened because we're living in we're seeing this all through a memory. So, couldn't we technically know what happened with everyone afterwards? Robot technology advanced at a rapid pace and humans feared that their place at the top of the pecking order. It seemed that the conflict between man and machine was inevitable. I wonder what happened to the robot after that, or the robots after that. What do you mean? Didn't they create the robots?
Yeah, that one seemed, I don't know.
We created robots to help us. But then we wanted to become powerful by creating robots to stop the robots.
Of course.
What happened to the robots? The mice hated the cats with a passion and doing nothing more than plotting their downfall. Finally, one day, their trap closed on the unsuspecting cat gang. I wonder what happened to the cats after that. It also doesn't help that I have no idea when this takes place. Like, what are these memories from?
Yeah.
Because, again, if this
He
is
was never
memories...
here, for example.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless we're all in a book, in which case, our story is actually that accurate.
Yeah, and plus,
Also,
again,
the
with us,
time frame doesn't really matter.
and us playing in a memory, it's like, did this part happen after all that? Or is this part still happening in the memory? Because it feels like this kind of breaks this if we're doing this through the memory of Ferdinand. I don't know. Time travel's confusing. Wow, these stories are so sad.
True.
Are these stories sad? What do you mean? We like...
He's basically
Fix
saying
everything.
everyone hates each other and then he doesn't know what happens afterwards.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, if you stop reading the book. Turns out...
Maybe the book ended.
Well, maybe it's the fact the kid never got to see the end of the story. But it's like a metaphor for him dying.
Oh, that's...
Is that a nightmare rook? Dad, what are you
No.
doing here? They might as well be called nightmare pawns for how much we have to fight. Am I right?
True.
Dad, what are you doing here? If you're here, you can't come to my funeral. Those are some soulless eyes you got, kid. You're not dead, Will, and you won't die, and while I'm still standing, not of sickness, and not from any missile attack. You really... Why won't you come back home, Dad? We're all gone. Me, Mom, everybody. Why would we go back home then?
No.
That's fair.
I can't come home yet. There are things I still have to do in this world that doesn't matter. To save our world, I have to help save this one. The two worlds are connected. I just need to wait a little longer, okay? I'm scared, Dad.
Uh-huh.
I know you are, which is why I'm going to put an end to this nightmare once and for all. Who do you think Will's counterpart is?
Ferdinand.
Evan. They're the same, Jared. That makes so much sense.
Yeah. Also, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think the worlds can exactly be connected if this
What's that?
world wasn't struck by a missile attack. I don't see how it's gonna save the missile attack that already happened. Or rather, I don't know how it did.
Here goes. Eat this.
'Cause, if it is just the same world as the other game, which
Here goes.
I'm getting real mixed signals, not gonna lie.
Well, because it talked about Ollie?
Yeah, and there were like the statues of the old Ding Dong Dell King. But then also, the conductor said that he was thinking of the wrong world when he mentioned that. But also, we do have the Witch's Companion. So, I don't know. Either way, this isn't exactly how it works in the other game. It's not like stuff's just completely turned back. It's not like, oh man, now we're back in the real world. Now all these mobs are alive. Which is essentially exactly what he's hoping to accomplish here.
Yeah.
I should really turn this back down to normal.
Why? Don't like the challenge, Jared?
This guy is like a sixth of his health down.
Oh my god, Jared, I had the Higgledy inside me the whole time.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
But you only just now realized it.
Ranny Gazoo the Resolute.
You've
There's no
never had
need-
any resolution before?
There's no need to say anything. You're the high Higgledy of determination, aren't you? Determination? Quick, we better kill Asgore.
True.
Roland Crane, the young president of a young nation, traveling from one place to another, carrying out countless official duties. A young man watches him on television from his sickbed. His name, William Crane, Roland's son. The poor boy has always been prone to illness, and his father was just too busy to visit him very often. You know, there's so many stories of people just being sick in a hospital, and they're like prone to sickness. But what sickness is? Is it just they get sick easier, and so they have to stay in the hospital, or is it a specific sickness? Or
Good
what?
question.
I don't know, because I feel like even like normal TV shows and stuff also have stuff like that. But it's like, what is it? I feel like it has to be a specific disease, right? Like something like cancer or something. It's like, oh, he has cancer. That makes sense. You know, like at a really bad stage of it. So it's like you kind of have to stay in the hospital. Understandable.
Yeah.
But just being, oh, he's always been prone to illness. Like, kid gets sick pretty often, so we're just gonna keep him in the hospital the entire time. I feel like that doesn't make sense. But I feel like is it just supposed to say it's basically like cancer, but not cancer? I don't know. It's confusing. I just don't understand. I was just too busy to visit him often. And so he sits in his room at the hospital and passes the time reading storybooks. He loses himself in tales of daring adventures set in strange and fantastical lands, and in doing so he escapes the confines of the hospital, if only for a little while. Though the world seemed peaceful on the surface, the seeds of war had long been growing underneath. Roland had tried with all his might to stop the inevitable conflict, but in the end his efforts came to naught. And so the day of reckoning arrived. The president, his son, and his country all were destroyed in a barrage of missiles, yes. And this was only the beginning. The attack plunged their world into yet another war, which would end that world entirely. Or at least it would have, had a certain someone not intervened. Alessandra, trapped in that place between worlds, was alerted to Roland's plight. Though her 2,000 years in the darkness had rendered her almost beyond thought, beyond reason. The bright flash of the missile snapped her back to her senses. And turned to seek out the source of this ghastly light, she saw Roland mere moments from his end. What she did next, she did without thinking. Having been born in the ancient age of magic, the casting of a gateway spell came as easily to her as breathing. So she sent forth a portal to transport Roland from his world to her own. Why Roland? Because he was the soulmate of a certain someone who had once loved Lauren. Perhaps she even thought it was him. Or perhaps she knew that if he died, so too would her beloved. Regardless, she did all that she was able to do from that place between worlds. The portal popped into being and Roland was saved. She could not have known for certain where he might arrive when he reached the other side. He could have been, or could have appeared by Roland's side, and together the two of them might have awakened the Horned One. But he did not. He materialized in the kingdom of Ding Dong Dell, in the chambers of its young king, Evan Petty Whisker Tildrum. But why there?
Yeah.
Unless Allegoria was here. I don't think that was the case. Maybe though?
I mean, Allegoria was logically on the Lost Continent. It was lost.
Yeah, and it was like small. So again, why here? That doesn't make sense. She's never
Blue
been here,
chance.
right? I guess so. And the appearance of the soulmate from other worlds having long since became a rarity there, his connection to DeLorean went unnoticed. Okay. As did the reason for him having arriving there some years younger in appearance, so that he might match his soulmate in all respect. I guess that part makes sense. Who knows, perhaps it was this return to a younger self which gave him the energy and enthusiasm to make sure a success to his visit to that world. But this gift came with a burden of doubt. What if, having been returned to the self from a time before William was born, he might forget his son entirely? Putting his fears aside, Roland helped to guide Evan on a journey that eventually led them both to DeLorean's door. And when the two met at last, the ancient ruler tried to use Roland's feelings for his son to tempt him from the true path. But thanks to Evan, he was cured of any doubt as to what he was fighting for, and soon rediscovered his resolve. But DeLorean and Roland's fates were inextricably tied to the nation they so loved, and with DeLorean committed to building a new Allegoria, Roland's own realm would surely earn no new life. More so, a great peace in one world would surely also mean a great peace in the other, for though the two places were far apart, their hearts still beat as one. Well, Mafia boss, how's it going, Belle? This cute little thing is made from your determination, huh, Dad? I still can't believe you get to go off and have adventures like this.
Uh-huh.
I know, it's like something out of a fairy tale, right? But it's real, I promise you. It really is like a fairy tale. There are even monsters in it. Nightmares. You're always so busy because you're always helping people, aren't you, Dad? I'm proud of you. And you know you'll come back to me, and I know you'll come back to me when you're done. Of course I will, but it might be a little while yet, okay? Sure, I'll just read a few more storybooks. You'll be back before I know it. The nurses have been giving me all kinds of fun ones. I like the ones where people go on adventures best of all. That's so. I guess there's a lot you and I need to catch up on. And the empty book, that was yours, wasn't it?
All right.
Well, I got one heck of a story to fill it with when I get home. A fantastical adventure set in another world. Well, I'm looking forward to reading it. I can't wait to learn about all your adventures with Evan and his friends. Just promise me you'll do your best to keep helping everybody. Welcome back, welcome back. And you've brought another High Higgly with you, I see. Piggle. And it seems you found a tale good enough to fill your blank book with, too. We can't write it yet, though. We need to know how it ends first. Hoo-hoo, spoken like a true savior. You don't know how happy it makes me to hear that. And with the High Higgly of determination received, that leaves only one more for us to find. Heck yeah. I'd better get on and give you your final cue. I'm sensing something right here in Evermore. It's not something you notice at first, but if you look hard enough, you'll find it soon enough. Can't wait to see what kind of key the final one will be. Is this the story of Evan from the future, which is really the past? Ranny Gazoo the Resolute. I have to urinate. but I want to see where this thing's at first. Why is it such a long load screen? Doesn't look like it's in the throne room. Hey, this person wants to chat it up with me. It's rolling. Okay. Well, first I'm gonna save because I haven't saved it all today. That might have been a lie.
You know?
Actually, it was a lie. I lied. I should probably sell
Okay.
weapons. I'm gonna pause though and go to the bathroom. And I'll definitely remember to sell weapons. For sure. Definitely won't accidentally forget. Oh no. Oh no. I'm already forgetting. Oh no.
What's he forgetting?
Also, Belle, I don't know if you're still here, but Jared also has some pictures.
It's true.
I don't know if you sent them yet.
I did not. So I gotta take pictures of the rest of my stuff, and then it'll be crazy.
AI.
I'm
Commented
finally
on
done
my
with all the
video.
research. Was it me?
No. Look at right now in live time. Okay.
Hmm.
Give me a sec. It was on the Marvel Rivals. They were saying, is this bronze? How do you have
Gotcha.
20 plus kills with 3k damage?
I mean, it makes sense. Was it a shorter video?
Well, it's on TikTok. It was a short.
Gotcha. And yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. One of you.
Little did they know it actually was unranked.
Yeah, but we don't tell them that,
That's probably your first game.
Jared.
I think it's the only one where I showed the scoreboard, so.
I think this stuff shows up in my junk.
This continuous strike boosts the final strike only costs 1.
What? Where is this?
The
It's like a
really good
Blizzard?
skill.
Overwatch. In all caps.
Makes
That'd be
sense.
my last search thing. Your official weekly thing is here. Ew. Hazard.
Ew. Only the
30?
coolest character.
32 matches played. 4 hours and 22 minutes of time played. And what was your final blow to death ratio?
1.5 something.
1.66.
I find that a little surprising that it's not higher.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a little surprised, but I'm just gonna remember playing stuff like, I don't know if I actually played that much Mercy. And then, how many limbs? Gotta compare to the stats.
Checking.
In a year now.
How many do you have?
473.
You know, I don't think I believe that.
Well, I
Must have gotten a lot more support than I did.
Why, do you have a lot more than that?
I have
473?
a lot more than that.
How much?
1,200.
How do you have like 3 times my limbs?
I'm better.
I feel like 400 is pretty high to get in the week. How do you have 1,000? 1,000 kills?
To be fair, how many matches do you have played?
32.
Because I did play, I thought a few without you, you know, get some practice in, but I have 72 matches played. I refuse to believe I played that many matches. But I guess I did.
Okay, what are your other stats? How much damage?
600,000.
246,000.
What's your time played?
4 hours, 22 minutes.
Okay, so I guess it does add up. I have 10 hours and 20 minutes. I didn't think I played that much this week without you.
Okay, healing done. You're probably at a couple K.
Okay, how many do you have?
58,000.
154,000.
Gotcha. Damage taken. 208,000.
And what? 635,000.
Which I have taken less damage than I've done. By like
Nice.
40,000. And 272 total assists.
I have 732.
Crazy. I feel like I was gonna check something.
And what was your ratio again?
1.66.
Okay.
So you could beat me, Jared?
I was interested more than anything.
I'm too good.
Say,
Evan, I've got something for you.
English?
Oh, that was English.
Hard disagree.
Okay. My nose is stuffy.
Oh,
King Evan, before you say anything, I just want to tell you that I'm sorry. I made a terrible mistake, and I will do anything I can do to make up for it. The only reason I went to Nazca was for the environmental research lessons. What's that? You weren't aware, or you want to hear, or you weren't, or you aren't, okay. You aren't here to tear strips off of me. Oh, well, since I've let the cat out of the bag already, I better fess up. I may have kind of sort of borrowed the Zipline to take a little trip to Nazca. I promise I'll never do it again, or anything that dumb again, but the truth is I found some interesting stuff there. For the start, I met some Higglities who gave me this. A medium's manual? Thanks for all that information I didn't care about.
I'm glad that I just went to the training grounds. Needed one more point. Now I have to go back.
It's crazy.
The color killer.
The what?
Color killer.
Oh, wait, I didn't see this thing. The standard of Ebsween forms for a brief moment before shattering into pieces. A tin tea kettle from the Sky Pirates base forms for a brief moment before shattering into pieces. Guess the other one must be over here. Yeah.
oh my!
There really was one here in Evermore, but whose memories could it be tied to? There's no one to find out. I suppose I better cast Materialize. Materialize, materialize, materialize.
The frick!
You found a China teacup.
What?
Huh? This belongs to. But he was from the future, wasn't he? Wait, so I know that happened?
So let's see. That not only means that all of it was stuff that we actually saw in real time, but also the fact that we know what happens after we beat the game. Okay. Evan is too powerful and he needs to be stopped.
All right.
I suppose there's only one way to find out what this all means is to take a trip down memory lane. Let's get this back to the conductor. Ah, man. It's a real shame that I'm forgetting to sell my weapons. Actively right now.
Same.
It's such a shame I just can't remember.
Whoa. You talked to this... I guess you probably did. To get the rest of the relic? I feel like I remember talking about
Yeah, I
that.
already did that a while ago, like ages
And the
ago.
Dragon's Fang.
Dragon Fang!
Come to do some shopping, eh?
I'm gonna show my weapons. I'm gonna short by
It sounded a little crazy frog.
Oh, what can I say? Stop it! I don't wanna.
The Dragon Fang is effective against dragons. What is this, Pokemon?
The Dark Master Pan.
That's kind of sick, actually. I want one.
I want the Peter Pan.
Disagree. I'd rather have the Dark Master Pan.
Like Master Hand, a pan. What if Master Hand used the Master Pan?
Call that...
What am I calling it?
I don't know, actually, but...
You're gonna leave us all hanging like that, Druid?
Yes. Intentionally. I'm sure I don't need to look through my weapons.
It's actually kind of fun. It reminds me of Pokemon Rumble.
You know?
I just made $1 billion.
Why can't I just sort by luck?
Stop it!
It feels so awkward to press these buttons. Oh my god, why do I have so many locked weapons? Stop! I will gladly sell Batu's Pride. Why don't this let me hold it and then hold down?
Can I see how many I have held here?
What else can I do? I'll be seeing you again then.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
The superhuman Master Pan.
We're kind of looking a little high on accessories. But not high enough. Do you have a Dark Master Pan?
No. I have an accursed one and a superhuman one.
Gotcha.
I don't know how it's superhuman if it's a pan, but...
It's for a superhuman.
Lame.
Kinda.
I prefer to think of it like Soul Eater.
That sounds intense.
I was gonna say I prefer to think of it as a weapon, but that doesn't reference Soul Eater actually in the slightest.
Yeah. This is it. The final key. This will open the last door. For sure. A little cup that smells yes, ever so slightly of dreams. What do dreams smell like? Have you
You
any
should
idea
know.
where it might have come from, Evan? I do. It belongs to someone I always look forward to meeting, although I can't help but worry why it might be him. But there's no time for that now. The nightmares are getting stronger with every moment we waste, and we have to get in there and rescue that high Higgledy. This will be our last little Saviorian adventure, eh? Let's give it everything we got, my lad. Yes, lads. We also technically saw the end of the game through this, too. It's like we did defeat DeLorean. And we were fighting DeLorean. So that's I don't know. I suppose we best be off and see what kind of high Higgledy we'll be meeting this time, hadn't you? What do you think the last one's gonna be?
What do we have so far? Name all of them.
Well, the last we got was determination. We also got like love and hope or faith or whatever. And I feel like it must be something cool for it to be the last one.
Love, trust, hope, bravery, I guess. This is brave, and resolute,
Future.
and maybe foul.
We're gonna get Silver, the future hog.
Mm-hmm.
Away you go, off to the magical land of mixed up memories. We're going into the future and the present, but it's actually the past.
Whoa.
What in the X-Men am I playing?
The twist no one expected. This is part of the X-Men universe.
True. Use the China teacup to unlock this door. But is it called China because it's from China, or is it called China for some other reason? Because I don't think China exists in this place.
Yeah.
But people refer to that thing as like China. But I don't know why they would refer to a thing as China, but not be referring to. Anyway, so it was your cup. There you are, Evan. It really is you, isn't it?
What?
Why doesn't he call us Dad? Sir, or something? He just calls us Evan. I think it depends on what exactly you mean, really. Or by, really. I came to find you in your dreams, but some strange monsters attacked me and I ended up lost in this place.
Yeah.
Who's this? Pal of yours. I'm sorry, can you give us a moment alone? Oh, okay. This is a place called Memory Lane. It's made of people's thoughts, memories, and dreams all mixed together. Which means it wasn't just my dreams you wandered into this time. Anyway, we're here to try and rescue a little creature called a high Higgledy. I'm not sure what one of those is, but thanks. It's good to know a little bit more about this place at least. Most people are brought here by memories, but that can't be true for you. You don't have any memories yet.
Right.
But is that exactly true? I told you because I can send my... Or that I can send my mind through time, didn't I? I just came to try and speak to you the same way I always do. But it was different this time. Those monsters came and attacked me. I couldn't escape back to where I'm from. I was starting to get a bit worried, actually. Lucky you showed up when you did. So it's a nightmare's fault, is it? Maybe you'll be able to go home if we get rid of them all.
All right.
Don't worry, I'll explain the situation to everyone and we'll try to get you out of here.
Hey.
Oh, I've been told I shouldn't interfere too much with the past, so we'd better not tell your friends who I really am. Why don't you call me Dina? Yeah, I'm your friend Dina, okay? Why that? What's it backwards? Anid? I don't know. I feel like there has to be a reason. He came up with that really fast.
Yeah.
Unless it's pronounced completely differently, but they'll never say it, so. I'd like to introduce you to someone. This is my friend Dina.
Really?
So he was he was a friend of yours all along. Why do I feel like I've heard the name somewhere before? I take it your friend has some manner of problem, a problem that must be solved in order to find our high Higgledy? I'm sorry, but I don't know what a high Higgledy is. Well, just you keep yourself out of danger, laddie, and once we've banged a monster head or two together, all will become clear, I'm sure. Seems to be the way of the things, these accursed places. Thank you, I'll try not to get in the way. What is it about this kid? Don't worry about it, Roland. None of your business. Worry about your own kid for once.
Yeah.
You're a dead but alive kid that would have died, that might still be dead, that isn't dead.
You should talk to Dina. He's behind.
Hydropolis has been lost for many years now. I miss the merfolk terribly. You say why he's named Dina?
Maybe.
Dina's the name I use when I go out and play without people knowing who I really am.
And that's it. That's all he says.
Does that mean... Who said it was familiar? Tanny?
Tanny, yeah.
Maybe
Interesting.
they've played together. But also, if he's only
See,
going in
As
art,
much as that doesn't make sense, I mean, we're kind of in some weird territory right now.
he just sends his mind to the past, though. So how does he exist? Exactly.
He doesn't.
Like, I could understand the fact that, like, if we went into Evan's mind, then it's like we're basically putting ourselves there, you know, like projecting ourselves in a way. But then how can other people see us? Unless it's just because memory lane works like that. So it's like projecting the memory. So in that sense, okay, I guess.
Yeah,
Why
but
everyone
how
would
do
see
we
him.
find an object of someone that doesn't exist?
Well, yeah, because I guess it wouldn't really work the same, because, like, those, well, technically the items are memories, aren't they? Because we're materializing them.
So what do we pick up? Just nothing?
Well, technically we
Because
are
we
picking
pick up the
teacup.
cup, and then we're like, ooh, I can materialize this. But
No,
is it really
I don't.
materializing if it's already there?
I don't think that's exactly how it works. I think we materialize the item.
Yeah, but how do we know it's a teacup before we materialize it?
I don't know, Jared.
Hey!
Where's the prince got to now? We're going to get an earful if we don't find him soon. I know. Why don't we ask the cook to make a loaf of fresh bread? I know that smell always brings him running. I'm just gonna act like it makes sense.
Just like Aki.
I really would love that explained to me.
What do you mean? They already did a great job explaining it.
Here goes.
I actually don't think so. I am gravely concerned about what the future may hold for the prince. Perhaps I should attempt to intervene somehow. I'm not gonna work it or walk over to that mysterious purple silhouette over there yet.
Why not?
Because
They're
there's
so mysterious and purple.
actually, which way am I trying to go? Maybe I am going to that purple one.
I don't know what the deal is with that massive split path back there.
Massive split path?
Like that massive just room.
The one I'm going to?
Maybe. Yes.
Look lively, now's not the time to be standing around looking lost, it's the time for us to fight. If we balk at a challenge such as this, our enemies will think us weak and descend upon us. It looks like it's just a pile of corpses. Or at least it's about to be.
Whoa. I'd like to report a murder that's about to happen.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, I get a sneak attack on this guy, but, you know, he blocks before he even notices me.
A manual of the magician! It'd be a shame if you didn't go down that split path there.
I did. I am. I am down it because I did do it. I think you just want me to miss out on something because you couldn't make a jump.
I literally told you what was there. What do you mean?
Okay, but you said it'd be like a shame if I did miss out on it because I'd already be past that point, you know?
Yeah. I said it would be a shame
Oh,
if
it
you
just
missed out on
sounded-
this
it
and then
sounded a
said
little
what it was.
aggressive.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
Okay, Jared. It's strange. It's like the empty book all over again. Must mean he hates him. You're just making up
Yeah.
stuff.
That's the way you said it.
The prince is part of the royal family.
Sometimes not about the words.
Mm-hmm.
It's about the meaning behind them.
I don't think so, because the meaning behind them was not that. But he doesn't have Grimalkin ears or a tail. Think Evan ever meows? Think he ever gets air balls?
You know, as much as that's a weird question, I'm surprised it took you this long to ask.
You know, because to be a cat person, I feel like you have to take on more traits of a cat besides ears and a tail.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, it's like it was a cat person and then a regular person, and so it was only like 1/4 of the cat carried over.
That can make sense.
Crossbreeding's confusing.
Uh-huh.
What? How does that even work?
Oh yeah, I had a similar thing happen. I got confused after I dodged an attack, so I said to sit there. Which is crazy, because that's exactly what happened to you.
Here goes.
Because I was frozen.
Yeah. I just auto block that?
Here goes. Need a little help.
Okay,
Here
I'm gonna.
goes.
I'm beginning to think I'm playing on like semi-auto or something.
What's that?
I blocked an attack by using like a spell.
Oh yeah, I
and
did
then
that one
got
time.
smacked in the face, and I dodged it, and got a perfect dodge, but still got frozen.
Make yourselves useful.
Yeah, I once was casting a spell and it perfect dodged me. I don't see how that happened.
Here goes.
Oh, yep, became frozen, which means that I'm frozen while time slows.
Here goes.
This guy really just gets to freeze with every single attack. Frozen while time slows. Out of it, frozen. Frozen while time slows again.
ice.
And it's pretty cold,
Brr.
being perpetually frozen. I don't see if this is fair, but
My Willie's a little chilly.
Huh.
Huh?
like William, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure it'd be pretty cold in these situations.
Mm-hmm. Roland's Willie.
Uh-huh. I would say go on, but
What am I supposed to do, Evan? I've been trying to get home, but it's not working. There's a strange force stopping me every time I try. I don't think I'm ever going to wake up. But this has never happened before. I don't know what to do. We continue. Usually there's like another fight after this, and then a final fight, and then you're fine. Neighbors are probably stopping you, but we're all here to help, so there's nothing to worry about. This actually kind of seems like a very interesting concept. His mind can travel through time, but he got stuck in a memory in the past. You know?
that's another thing. Because, like, if he can go back in time and tell us about stuff, not only if we died, nothing would ever happen, you know, that whole paradox, but also, if he died, then none of this would also ever happen.
Probably. Thanks, Evan. Please don't think I'm completely useless, will you? I can send my mind through time, and I'm a quick learner, and I'm really good at sports. Kind of sounds like he's saying that to everyone, not just to me. Which means, which might be why I've never felt so worried. My dad didn't tell me what to do if this happened.
Oh my.
He didn't? I mean, I'm sorry. Oh, that's all right. I'm just a bit frustrated, that's all. I'm sure he had a good reason. But how would he know how sending your mind back in time works? Unless Evan can also do it. Wait a minute. By the way, you said these memory lane places were made up of different people's memories, didn't you? Well, that must be true because I keep seeing familiar faces from around the castle.
Also, important question. He told us things because we told him those things, but did we learn those things from him and then told him?
That's
Or
what
did
I'm
we
saying.
think of the things tell him to tell us in the past?
That's
That now
what's-
we can...
That's what's so confusing.
It's just a
about the
perpetual loop
future,
that's
Drake.
constantly changing.
Because at one point the future becomes the present, but it really depends on how the timeline of events works.
Yeah.
Because again, like say if we saw a time traveler like pop up now, it wouldn't be until the future until it happened. But then, wouldn't you argue that then this wouldn't be the present? It would be the past. But then it technically would be the present.
because it'd be someone from the present going into the present. But the present, in the second case, would be the past.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why the time travel's confusing. They're saying the same old
Yeah.
things as always, but some of them took so much, or look so much younger, and having lots of fun talking to them. That's the Dina I know. carry on enjoying yourself, and we'll clear the way along.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks, Evan. Yeah, I don't know. That's why I hate time travel, truly. I feel like it's one of the cheapest cop-outs of a good story, ever.
Yeah.
Except in the case of apparently how Attack on Titan works. In which case, that's like kind of cool how you're seeing the story, but it's also kind of just weird.
I feel like in that it's especially weird.
Well, that it just doesn't make
'Cause, like,
sense. Why does the Attack Titan be able
here-
to see the future? Or
I mean, yeah. And here it feels like it doesn't really like affect anything. Like even if it does completely break everything, it doesn't break everything because I guess it doesn't. But in Attack on Titan, it does break everything.
I feel like, again, I need to rewatch Attack on Titan, like, start to finish all the seasons. That's why I hate seasons so much. When you have, like, a complex story where all the things are so closely tied together and you need to watch it all at once, it's so confusing when they don't do that. Because you kind of have to wait for it all to be over and then watch it all at once, because you're not going to remember every little detail about all the previous seasons. And it's like,
Yeah.
then it's just confusing, because already it's confusing. It's like, when did he get the power? As soon as he became the Attack Titan? Then he was able to see the future? Or was it more so he developed it at a certain point? But then it's like, what are we watching? Are we watching the future then? Or more so the past? I don't know, I hate time travel so much. It's like, I like it in the sense of when you know time travel's happening, right? Like in, again, Warriors Orochi 3, where it's the fact that it like starts with something bad happening and you're going back in time to fix what would have happened. So it's like, okay, it's interesting, but also you know it doesn't get necessarily more complex than that, because the entire point of it is what you're doing. Like, it's a future that failed, so you're going back in the past to fix that future, and then you fix that future. Bang.
Yeah, and it explains how the time travel works, like right at the beginning.
Yeah, and the time travel exists. So it's like if something happened, you'd be like, oh, it's time travel, we just didn't know. So, like, what's stopping this game right now from just having another person who can send their mind through time and has been affecting things?
Yeah, like why is Ferdinand able to do it?
Yeah, I just feel like...
And also, as I mentioned, why doesn't he have any cat ears? Is it because then he'd be like potentially 1/8 cat, so it just is nothing? Or is it something weird, which is also how he gained the ability to send his mind through time?
Yeah,
I'm sure it'll explain it as little detail as possible.
Pretty much. You wish to test your mettle against me once more? Very well, defeat me and I shall step down in order to allow you to become captain of the guards. Ar har har. Gosh, you used to be really small, didn't you? Long mane. This is going to be fun. I don't know. I just like when the time travel that they use is very, like, cut and dry. And not super confusing.
Yeah.
But, you know, maybe that's just me.
Like, even if it makes a lot of sense, like, again, Warriors Orochi, it's like, the exact same stuff happens, but some people live. It's like, okay, it doesn't make perfect sense because the whole butterfly effect thing. But it's like, it works.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, though, I feel like in Warriors Orochi, the butterfly effect does kind of happen, because you go into the future, and so it is a different future because of it.
Yeah.
But it's just not everything's changed. But again, sometimes there's prerequisites to do something, like say, you couldn't get this guy before, but now you can because you did this.
Here goes.
So it's kind of like only a beneficial butterfly effect, but yeah.
But again, like, even throughout however many people you save, it's like, everything plays out the exact same, but now there's more people to help fight.
It's not really necessarily everything plays out the exact same, because we don't know exactly how everything played out besides that one fight.
I mean, yeah, but it didn't have much of a lasting effect.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Like, I'm sure it definitely changed a couple of things in the middle of, like, the beginning and the end, but the end turns out more or less the same.
Yeah, it's just more of the fact that some wars and some of the fights that were important might have not happened because of you saving people or stopping fights.
Yeah.
So that part's confusing, but I think they do a good job of telling the story. I trying to go that way? I don't know if I actually wound up going that way. But even still, even if it's not perfect, again, their way of
Yeah, I
time
prefer
travel
it,
makes sense.
I prefer it to things making no sense while also not being perfect.
Yeah, I just feel like in that sense, just again, you have to think of it as like their form of time travel just worked like that, more so that where the butterfly effect doesn't exist, more than,
Yeah.
or more so that it was just so insignificant doing all those things that it didn't change the overall outcome. I am Norbert, the royal secretary. It is my duty to record everything from battlefield statistics to the contents of the prince's dreams.
Plus, I guess you could also consider a thing like, maybe they don't exactly exist, it's just instead of dying and not being there, you just take them. To where it, like, really doesn't change anything.
I just feel like it would change fights. A lot of times you're just turning a fight in your favor, like a losing fight, but then you win the fight and save the people. Since like that changes the outcome.
Yeah.
I think part of the reason that doesn't affect though is the fact that the people you defeat, a lot of time you're not killing them. So it's like a
Yeah.
lot of things can still go on. And plus, you also got to remember, they still do just disappear, essentially. So, to most of the people, it's the same as them dying. Unless we're turning things in our favor. But a lot of times in the game, it's not about us winning a war, it's about specifically saving the people. So it's like, we
Yeah.
can still lose, or the people can still lose the fight. It's just more about, that won't matter. So, yeah. The prince is a gifted young man, very farsighted for one so young. I, on the other hand, spent most of my puphood attempting to separate tourists from their purses. I kind of hope, though, that we do get to see some of Evermore in Ferdinand's, like, actual rule and stuff. Like, we get to see a lot of the more people, like, grown up and what he kind of did, even if it's not, like, actual gameplay.
Yeah.
Why is this person purple? You should also ban that.
Get out of here.
Delete. 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 The prince was
True.
mean to the alpacas. I've told him off for it time and again, but he just won't
Yeah.
listen. And yet the young tearaway is supposedly fated to become the superior, or a superior ruler to his father. It's hard to credit such a claim, I must say. He's just a kid, bro. He didn't have to be forced to grow up. Plus, he doesn't really have to be as good as Evan.
Yeah.
Thing is, he doesn't need to unite everyone.
Yeah, like again, Evan did a lot of the heavy lifting.
Here goes. Eat this.
I wonder how powerful Ferdinand was. I don't know if he's dead.
Yeah.
Time travel confusing. Makes you wonder why time travel became such a... What's it? I would say cliche, but I feel like cliche doesn't really work there.
Yeah, I agree.
But I don't know. I don't know why people care about it so much. Like, it has to be so impactful to the story. I get that it's like...
Oh, I
it's
just
more
became
so-
confused randomly in the middle of my perfect dodge.
Nice. I just feel like with something like time travel, it kind of has to be a pretty big plot twist. There's no way to not do it unless, again, it's just the main plot is time travel. I feel like you can't have time travel without it being one of the two.
Yeah, it has to be a big deal.
Yeah, but it's like, why do people care about it that much? Unless a time traveler came back and put it in people's minds, right? To where then they would make sure people created time travel.
I think it's not that surprising. I think it's a pretty common thing for people to be like, you know, it would be really cool if, like, you could go back and change something, and it's like, that'd be sick! And then they do it.
I guess.
One thing that I really hate, though, a lot more than just time travel, is predicting the future. Because there's one of two ways it goes. Either, one of three ways. You can't change the future, and then you can't change the future. You can't do anything about it. You can't change the future, but then people do change the future, which I think makes a lot of sense.
Uh-huh.
Or it just can be changed, in which case, are you really seeing the future?
Yeah. And plus, I feel like it's always used in, like, a bad sense, usually. Like, time travel's never really, like, a good thing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think in, like, any movie or anything I've seen where it's like, time travel's a good thing. Like, oh man, it's so good this was created here. You know? It's either the bad person used it, or the good person used it and it turns out to be bad.
Yeah. I mean, just things changing in general is gonna be bad for some people, good for other people.
Yeah. I've been detecting all kinds of anomalies, or anomalous, magical activities recently. Someone's coming for the prince, that's why I told him not to go outside. You think he'd listen to me though? Yeah, right. It's also like space, like I said, like a million times when like randomly the plot just goes to space for whatever reason. And just
I feel like it's just not the
scale.
logical next step.
I get that it's I like it in the sense that like it makes it a bigger deal. Like this isn't just affecting this world, it's like a universal thing. But
I
then,
mean, yeah, but I kinda just like don't like that factor. Because again, like, say this, for example, because like again, the world seems pretty small in this. Like we can travel the entire world pretty quickly.
well, to be fair,
But it's
I
like-
don't think it
it
is
was
the
just-
entire world. I think it's just like this main thing. Because I think even they said like Evan's just uniting this like the Automnia, but the other guy goes on uniting the world.
I think that was entirely what they said, wasn't it? We conquer like the big nations, and he conquered all the small ones in between.
I feel like we would have seen every other nation.
That's fair. But regardless, it also works for maybe something like One Piece, where it's like, you know, like all the places, and it's like that's where a lot of stuff goes down. It's like basically you know the world, and then suddenly it's like, ooh, but it's actually like infinitely larger than that, and then now you're suddenly in space. It just feels kind of, I don't know. I feel like it probably can work well, because again, it's basically, it's like a scaling thing. I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like in some things it doesn't make sense unless it's like it's not really like galaxies or timelines. It's more like just an additional thing that happens to be in space. Like when they involve the moon, for example, where it's like, okay, so it's not like every other planet is like their own thing. It's more so just
That's one thing that I can get behind, is that when things go into space, it's usually not like, oh yeah, they're one planet. It's more like, there's this one planet just surrounded by space.
yeah.
It's like, okay, now they're in space. It's like, okay, sure. I feel like things can also get really confusing when it's like, again, this one place that you know like super well, and that's where everything's like been there. Then it's like, ooh, now there are actually like 5 other equally important places.
Yeah, I like it in some
It's like
senses.
either all of those are kind of insignificant because you mostly focus on the main place, or the main place just never talked about anymore.
Yeah. Like I said, that's why I think I like it with like the moon. It's like, oh, people from this planet moved to the moon, or there's just people on the moon and they were monitoring the Earth. So it's basically just 2 planets. It's just, yeah. I feel like that makes it simpler. But then, again, sometimes it just gets confusing. Because it is weird, like, I think a good example, which I don't mind, is like Eden Zero. Where it's, like, it's in space, and you go to, like, other planets, and stuff like that, but it's like, say, like, Fairy Tail, where that takes place, like, that's just one of the, like, planets. And so it's, like, interesting, but it's also, like, weird. Again, I feel like it's fine. I just don't like when it just like randomly kind of goes to space. like again, I feel like in Gurren Lagann it kind of worked because they were talking about, pierce the heavens and all this stuff, so it's not that crazy, and so it wasn't
Yeah.
like completely like insane, but it's weird because then you again kind of do think that it makes whatever they've done so far insignificant because it's just one planet, and then it's like, what was even the point? I don't know.
Especially because it feels like they already kind of had that. Because again, they were in like one underground like town, and it's like, okay, now this is the entire world.
And it's like,
And it's
oh,
like,
but actually
ooh,
space.
space.
Yeah. That's why honestly I just don't like space in general, unless you're gonna do something like Destiny or Warframe, where it's more
I feel
like
it
the
can also be
planets are
just, like,
smaller.
really bad with like just a world. Like again, if you basically focus everything in a very small area, and then it's like there's an entire other world. Like say for example, My Hero, because what? Basically everything they've done takes place in like Japan or some other place.
Yeah.
I feel like that could be done really badly.
Yeah, I agree, because then it just makes it look like for some reason this place is just way more exciting, or that there's other exciting things happening everywhere because of this, but then just
Yeah, like
kind of
say
not
for
talked
example,
about.
like All Might and all that actually isn't that big of a deal because like every place has an All Might.
Yeah, I agree, because it just feels weird when it's the case. Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. I feel like again you just kind of have to not think of it like that, you know? But it's kind of hard not to when they use other things like, oh, let's grab this person from America that's like their best hero, and just like, so just the only interesting things are happening here in this place, and this just happens to be, I don't know. It's weird because again, like even like All for One, like you were saying, like All Might's supposed to be powerful, and All for One's supposed to be for like, oh, he's the biggest villain ever. We need to call in reinforcements, but it's like, why is he just centered here? Why just so happened does the strongest hero and the strongest villain just happen to live in Japan?
Yeah.
And all this stuff's like, I
And
don't
again,
know.
if like the strongest villain's there, it's like, why not just like kill him or like have reinforcements way earlier becomes that large of a threat?
Yeah, that's one thing I just don't understand when there's like huge evils like All for One, which are like scared and stuff. And, like even when like there was a break-in thing, their first thing, as much as it's not pretty, is just kill him. Right? If people are trying to break
Yeah.
out like the most dangerous criminal, your first thing should be like,
That's
okay,
why
we
I
gotta
like
kill
One
him.
Piece.
Why is that? Again, like they do just kill him.
That they like can't, because like the devil fruits are like the main issues about it. Maybe not the main issues, like in Doflamingo's case.
Yeah, to be fair
Because
with
like sure, his
Doflamingo
devil fruit's
though,
pretty strong, but it's also like he's kind of just a big threat in and of
yeah,
himself.
but see, again though, you gotta remember in One Piece is I think the reason they keep them locked up instead of killing them is because of the fact that then they have that devil fruit under their control. Like say Doflamingo's locked up not because they want him alive or to use him. It's more so the fact that they know that no one's gonna be able to get their hands on that devil fruit.
Yeah, and the same with World or whatever. I feel like they talked about his devil fruit being really, really strong, so they locked him up.
With who?
World, he was a villain in one of the movies.
Oh yeah, like the Stampede one.
No. I'm pretty sure it was the one where like Buggy was there
Oh, the like
with the blonde
3D
guy.
2Y.
Maybe.
I think that was during that time because Bo was there, right?
I don't think so actually.
I'm pretty sure it was that one. That's when they talked about Buggy being a warlord.
Maybe Bo was there then, yeah.
The one where he first used Firehawk, like Luffy did.
Maybe.
That's how he defeated the guy.
All I know is that there was the guy and he had spiky walls, and Luffy
Yeah, I
punched the
think it
spiky
was that.
walls.
Because I think he was able to break through with the Firehawk. Something like that. The guy who was just way better than Luffy, but then Luffy somehow beat him.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
one.
That was that.
I'm not sure, was his the power that just made everything bigger?
Mm,
Because I feel like, I know there was someone that just like had a cannon, and then they made that cannon really big, but I think that was a different movie.
I think it would have been that because I think that's because that is where Buggy was and Boba. I'm pretty sure. Because like Mihawk and stuff showed up because they were around there too, but they were on like that Turtle Island with the cannon. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that was the same thing.
I'm not sure if the other one was a movie, or like the resort, because I feel like that's what I'm getting mixed up.
Oh, like the small resort with Foxy when he came in again?
Yeah, that. I was wondering why that resort seemed so fuzzy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but either way, just really intimidating fruits like that, probably best to just keep them locked up.
Mm-hmm. To be fair, though, I also feel like in some cases it would just be better to kill them. I can also understand with Doflamingo because, you know, he's kind of a celestial dragon, so it's kind of like, ooh. But I feel like the celestial dragons are probably like,
Yeah.
kill him. So.
I mean, fair. The Celestial Dragon is probably more than anyone. Don't they, like, just consider him a huge traitor?
Yeah. But I also understand keeping the villains alive for obviously plot reasons, so it's like you can kind of double down on that, like, oh, well, we got to keep them alive and locked away, because then it's like, you know, they're not getting
They can
out.
come
And
back whenever for one.
yeah. So I think it's good that they lock them up and not really kill most of them. Again, that makes you wonder. I mean, I guess with Roger, it's also like, and Ace, for multiple reasons. Like, they use Ace to get to Whitebeard. And they used Roger to kind of signify the Navy's more powerful than the pirates. But instead, Roger hyped up all the pirates. So again, in those senses, it makes sense to have the executions. But like again, I feel like with Doflamingo, I feel like being locked up is just as much as like if they wanted to execute him. Because I feel like if they were trying to execute him, like a public execution, would Kaido and stuff come and try to save him? Because if that was the case, why wouldn't they just break into Impel Down?
Yeah.
So I feel like in that case, they probably could execute it and prove that it's like say right now if they did, it's a perfect example. It's like, oh, we're getting rid of the 7 warlords. So we're showing that these people who committed these crimes, like in Dressrosa, they will go punish now. And like also showing that the Navy's, again, powerful and that it's...
It definitely would show that they're a lot more serious.
Yeah.
Like, they aren't just willing to go back on this. It's like, they're just straight up killing the warlords.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea, personally. And I think it also shows justice, because they can completely dignify it, too. Especially since they know the connections. Like, he's been doing underground things here, and he's been working for Kaido, and we're getting rid of the warlords. This is how we're showing it. Like, I feel like there's no reason to keep him alive, unless he just has information or something, or they think they can use him. But
kind of fair.
I don't know. I just feel like that seems like a really stupid move to try and use someone like that. Like, Doflamingo is clearly powerful and really smart and has, like, incredibly strong allies. And he's sneaky, and I just feel like using him to, like, get to other people just seems like a really stupid idea. Especially with seeing how
like
other things went.
A textbook double agent.
Yeah, I just feel like that just seems stupid, and I feel like they should just kill him. Something like Arlong I can understand too, because like Arlong's not even that powerful. So it's like keeping him alive. Plus it's like, you know, killing a fishman like that, and also he's just not a big enough deal for a public execution. So.
Yeah.
But I don't know. In that case, it just makes sense to have Arlong locked up. But especially ones with devil fruits, it's like, I feel like if they're that big of a threat, I can understand having them locked up to keep the devil fruits at bay, but also it's like, you could have them on the Navy side if you kill them. But like, it is just as scary to think, oh, well, if we kill this really powerful guy, and then Kaido gets his hand on the devil fruit, or any of the 4 emperors, or just
the same thing with law. It's like, they really wanted that fruit, but it's like, it didn't fall into their hands.
Yeah.
And it's like, he's a pretty big threat.
I'm just surprised if they wanted it so bad, again, why there's not a higher bounty. Because I feel like a lot of, like, the people should have higher bounties just because they're devil fruits.
Yeah, especially the weaker people.
Yeah, like something like...
Because again, if you could just take someone out real quick and then get their fruit, I mean...
Or at least have the option for it.
Especially because I imagine the Navy probably has a... like a farm or something that just has a really high chance of yielding devil fruit. Because that just seems like a good thing to do.
Mm-hmm. I just feel like a lot of the people should just have high bounties. Like, really any pirate with the devil fruit. like if they know that Chopper has one, I feel like that's something that's like his bounty should be super high just because.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
went the devil
logically,
fruit.
there are only so many, so everyone with a devil fruit should just have a huge bounty.
Yeah, exactly.
Because again, what's anyone gonna do if they just don't have the power to fight back?
Hmm. And like obviously devil fruits are really powerful. Like even the weaker ones, like they all have uses.
Yeah,
Because like even
especially
the
just like,
jacket fruit is a great example. It's like it seems
hmm,
useless, but I guarantee in the right hands it would be incredible, and especially with it being awakened. Like you could
and
do a
also
lot with
just
that.
like something like the clear fruit. It's like, why is the Navy not just trying to get their hands on that? That's like huge for like gathering information
Yeah, but it's like
and
no.
also assassinations.
Yeah, but it's like they're just like, who cares about that one specifically? But then now
Yeah, like did that
Blackbeard
guy
has it.
even have a bounty? I mean, to be fair, he was on Moria's team, so I guess he wouldn't.
I mean, yeah, I don't know though, because that's confusing. Because like the whole Thriller bark's supposed to be like undetected, secret island where they're doing stuff. They also knew Morio was there, and he's a warlord or was a warlord and had a bounty. So just like that
Yeah,
seems weird. I don't know. A lot of the stuff just seems weird. Why people wouldn't have like bigger bounties. Like I said, again, anyone with the devil fruit, it makes sense to have a high bounty. But I don't know. Maybe it's just like it's viewed differently because again, it's like just someone existing with some of the devil fruits isn't really that big of a problem. Like say the jacket fruit, for example, it's like okay, if they die, cool, it has a chance of showing up. But it's also like this person isn't really that big of a threat. But again, you would want on your side. I can't really see it just being bad. Like even someone who's already good, like say Kobe, for example, just giving him like say the clear fruit. It's like that would be something that's like hugely important. Like it just
yeah.
makes them stronger. So I don't know. Yeah, that's one thing that I will understand is why the people with just devil fruits aren't put up on like higher bounties. Especially like, do they even know like a Nell exists and stuff?
Yeah, because again, that one seems pretty strong, and also
Yeah.
just really any of the mythical ones.
Hmm. I just feel like also there should be like a catalog of again who has devil fruits they know of.
Yeah, exactly. Like just have a list of all the devil fruits and then just a name and maybe a picture beside it.
Yeah, it's like the
Because again,
current.
that's like critical information for literally everyone.
Yeah, because especially if they know one's up for grabs
Because
or
like
there could be one.
again, like bounty posters, that's like the whole point of them. It's just like this person's dangerous, and you need to know what like they look like and their name.
Yeah, but it's like you just put the devil
And it's
fruit
like
there.
again, if you just have that for all devil fruits, and it's like you also know who's strong, that's gonna protect you, and also just well where all the fruits are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just seems really weird that they aren't doing that. Like also like say right now for us like Kuma's just chilling there and he has the pawpaw fruit and he's just able to be a slave or whatever. It's like what? Why are they not
Yeah,
using that? Like even if they made other models and they don't really care about him anymore, it's like he still has a devil fruit. Like why would they just let that go to waste? Like the other ones don't have that. That just seems stupid.
yeah.
It's like either kill him or use him. Those are just options. Why would you not? That's just I don't know. Doesn't make sense. Anyway, though, I'm gonna see if there's any more coffee, and then I'll actually continue the game.
Crazy.
Yeah. So, I'll be back, chat. I'll pause. Just like that. Just like that. Okay. We destroyed even more of the nightmares. Can you still not make it home? Evan, these memory lanes are made of people's real thoughts and feelings, aren't they? Yes, but why do you ask? No reason. Dina? Is this where Evan dies? It's gonna be really like, what? You're dead, Evan? But you're not? It's a memory? But it's real? But it's the past? I want to see Evan die. By the end of this.
Dang.
That's all I ask for. Can the prince really be the son of such noble parents? He's such a puffed up little so-and-so. Where's the humility, I ask you? I thought of him becoming king one day. The thought of him becoming king one day really is a worry. He's a pitiless despot, and no mistake. You look a little angry. You are angry, aren't you? I'm sorry if I touch a nerve, but the truth can hurt sometimes. Tina, I never heard of him, and if that child I've never heard of never comes back from his latest little adventure in Minecraft, I certainly shall not be complaining. But a king must have an heir, you say? Then let him have another child and let him try and make it a nice one this time. A nice new child without any strange and disturbing powers. Oh, do they hate him because of his powers? The son of the king who was betrayed must in turn be betrayed himself. This latest development will surely go down as one of the most farcical episodes in history. You have not yet heard. His adoring people have sold him out to our enemies. It would be better that he never returned. His subjects do not bear him. We have no need of Ferdinand. Everyone has been happier since he left. I'm tired of being told that he of all people will be king to unite all the world. Perhaps if I biffed him squarely on the nose, he might think twice about telling such lies. Maybe I should biff him twice just to be sure. More even.
Excuse me.
As mirror to people in this memory lane seem...
Flippin' heck, man!
Tina's done a runner.
Golly.
So now we have to go and find him. Okay. Another weapon that keeps up with us. No, maybe I will take this. I'll just give... Nope. Him the other two weapons. I want to be able to have some zing to me. If memory lanes are made up of people's real thoughts and feelings, that means everybody really thinks those things they were saying about me.
Hello.
No, that's not what they really think. And you see, something's wrong with this place and none of this is real. But it must be based on something real, mustn't it? Which means they must believe what they're saying at least a little. I could always tell they thought that deep down that I was stuck up and rude and badly behaved. I'll never be like my dad.
Oh, come on.
Now, will you please stop feeling so sorry for yourself? You're going to be a king one day, aren't you? And not just any king, an even better one than Evan, right? Hi.
No, listen here.
What's got under your skin all of a sudden, girly? I'm not sure, but I know what I'm saying is what he needs to hear.
Oi!
Anyway, haven't you been listening? They're all worried sick about you back home. They've been going on like that for ages now. Please, Ferd, wake. If you do not, it will all be sad. I cast the, if luck may guide you, hit be strong. Return to. I know those voices. It seems he must been in a nightmare. Or we must do all we help him. Are you then this to be? How will you surpass the otherwise? Never return. We will biff you, puffed up prince with strange powers.
Flippin'
Whatever the
Ackman.
fuck this thing is, I don't like the look of it. It's you who tried me in this nightmare, isn't it? Well, you won't keep me here any longer. There are people waiting for me back home. They're worried about me. I swore I'd be an even better king than my father, and I mean to keep that promise, which means I need to believe in my friends even more than he did, and not get tricked by stupid illusions. Tina. I'm not sure why they're doing this, but I think we know now why they come to this memory lane at least.
Yes.
They appear to want to trap the child and break his spirit. Does that mean there ain't no high Higgledy to be had?
Hey!
Doesn't matter, the kid's in danger.
Yeah!
We need to wall up that thing and set Dina free from this nightmare. He has to make it back home.
Alright!
We've only ever talked when we've met before, Dina, but now it's time to show you how to fight, or show how I fight. Intriguing. If all of you perish here, what will become of our own age? Time travel is confusing. Question mark, question mark, question mark. I fear the answer, and yet I must see it come to pass.
You ready for this?
And boom! I'm still insane with the game.
Here goes. Here goes. Here goes.
The question is though, are we gonna have something cool to where like either me or what's it? Dino use all the high Higgledies to fill ourselves with determination and love and what have you.
Here goes. Here goes.
I'll try. That's actually fair though.
Show me your power.
I'd kill me too. I can't see anything on my screen. Yep, that's about nothing I can see.
This ends now.
I kinda just wanna res. I'm not gonna lie.
Mustard as per usual.
I need your help!
I don't know if that's my move or their move.
That's crazy. I made the mistake last time to use white.
I can't see. I'm not gonna lie, I think I might just res Roland here. Because I don't feel like fighting this boss. To be fair. They really don't want me using my Higgledy ability. One more for good measure. I can't see. Why did he do so much damage?
He's a filthy shooter.
It's been an unfun fight. Seems like all the fights are like that.
That's weird.
I run, I do 3/4 through health. I run, I do 3/4 through health. Let me do that 8 more times. Then you get 1 second of downtime to hit me once. Gods wall up the confident.
Oh.
So Dina did have something to do with the high Higgledy after all. Big Higgle. I don't even think I have to say it, but time travel's confusing. The boy who would come to be known to future generations as King Ferdinand, the man whose hand the first declaration to unite all the world would be signed. Just as the great seer Bodley prophesied on the day of his birth. He was raised in the happy comfort of Evermore, surrounded by smiles and people who loved him dearly. He inherited King Evan's wisdom and intellect and spent his days listening to the heroic tale of his father's companions. It was they who imprisoned or impressed upon him his status as one chosen for greatness. And Ferdinand was possessed of the power that even his esteemed father could not boast. He was able to send his mind through time and space. Thanks to this great gift, he amassed wisdom far beyond his years while still a mere child. With great wisdom comes great aptitude for magic. Truly, he was blessed beyond all measure. So blessed, in fact, that certain of his people would not help but balk at such pre-consciousness? I don't know. After learning that these whisperings were abroad, he curbed the urge to use his gift so often, but there was one journey his mind could not resist the urge to take. He had to know firsthand how his father had built the kingdom of Evermore, and so he traveled back to speak with him with Evan's own blessing. On these visits, he learned of how his father, while still only a boy, united the 5 great nations of the realm Declaration of Independence. What am I looking at?
Doesn't look good.
But these were not all the nations of the world. There were some smaller, perhaps, but nations just the same. Some were poor, some were locked in endless conflict, some even set the conquest of Evermore in their sights. And for these sworn enemies of Evermore, nothing was more irksome than some seemingly perfect young king. For Ferdinand would send his fine mind soaring through time and space, and not a single scheme could ever hope to outrun it. His enemies realized at length that their own chance of thwarting the prophecy and preventing him from unifying all the people of the world was to eliminate him while he was still young. They contrived to hide themselves among the masses who flocked to Evermore to build a better future and hope that an opening might present itself. And so it did. When the moment came, the young king was lured into a sorceress ceremony that robbed him of the ability to use a great gift. A powerful sorcerer contrived to trap him in a memory lane through the use of nightmares that had come to be able to control. It was reasoned that if he could be trapped in a dream of times past, none from his own time would be able to help him. The nightmares did not strike at first. They bided their time, waiting for his resolve to weaken. And they would wait however long it took, be it years or decades or centuries. But at the end, they did not have to wait that long, for though Ferdinand was indeed a confident young man, he was yet young enough to doubt himself. Rather than attack him directly and risk kindling the flames of his defiance, the nightmares employed more subtle means to worm their wicked tendrils into the poor boy's heart. Surrounding him with familiar faces from his own memories of Evermore, they whispered cruel falsehoods within his hearing slowly chipping away at his brittle self-belief. What if my people hate me? His deepest fears of his enemies' wicked machinations conspired to push him perilously closer to disaster there in that strange place. But as luck would have it, Evan and his friends arrived in search of the High Higgledy and saved him from a fate worse than death. The young king was able to make his way home at last. When he arrived, it's Zero. He would have to face the foe who had gone to such great length to try and trap him. But he would prevail in the end. He was mighty Ferdinand after all. He had sworn to surpass even his father, and he did not intend to break that promise. Indeed, the events which unfolded there in that memory lane may be said to have set him on the path, for they represented his first true test as king, Ferdinand's very own trial of courage. I'm sorry to have dragged you into this, everyone, but thanks all the same. Without your help, I would never have come to my senses. But now I think I understand. Someone's controlling those nightmares, someone from my own time. Interdimensional political intrigue. There's never a dull moment down these memory lanes, huh?
Flippin' heck.
But you'd have to be insanely powerful to do something like that, wouldn't you? Don't worry. Now that I've got my powers back, I'm more than a match for anyone. Thanks so much for all your help.
But...
Are you sure you'll be alright? I couldn't bear the thought of you being in danger. This is my problem in my time. I have to be able to solve it myself with a little help from the people of Evermore, of course. And besides, it sounds like you have problems of your own to be worrying about. You need this Higgledy for something, didn't you?
Evan?
Seeing you fight like that really gave me a confidence boost. If I inherited even half your skills, I'll be just fine. Half of Roland's skills, yeah. Don't worry about me. You get back and do what you have to do, Mr. Savior. Well, I think all the Savior business is pretty much dealt with. We have the final High Higgledy now, after all. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Anyway, see you in the future.
Why are they gonna say stuff like that?
Mother will be worried sick about me. I need to be on my way. Well, to be fair, we know we have a quest that's like level 130, and this is like not that. Your mother, my wife, remind me who it is I end up marrying.
Right.
I told you I'm not supposed to interfere with the past. Sorry, but you're just going to have to wait and find that out. Well, he has like bluish hair, right? And he's not a cat, so presumably it was a human with blue hair, or like probably blue hair.
Hey.
But I suppose it's not fair if I'm the only one of us with the secret. Alright, you have to promise not to tell me the future, or tell me the future me about anything that happened here, okay? If I learned about it from you first, I'll never be able to believe myself enough to make a Higgledy. Time travel's confusing. I think I better make this my last bit of my travel for now, too.
See you.
Anyway, bye, Father. See you soon. True.
But see, it's traveling his mind through time. So honestly, it's time mind, more than mind travel.
They're back, they're back. Hello, hello, hello. And hello to this little fellow, too. Our last High Higgledy at last. Long last. So, or wait.
Long last.
So, we just met your son, Evan? And he didn't look anything like you. What a weird thing to say.
Uh-huh.
So, you wind up calling your son Ferdinand, huh? I like your style, naming him after the first king ever to unite the world.
Yes.
You must count ourselves lucky that we weren't troubled with any friends of the future, only our last adventures, and we returned with the High Higgledy at all. So was he, and you was, and he was. God, my head's we burst, mess of it all. Well, let me congratulate you on, or you all on the job well done, and, or that's all the High Higgledies accounted for at last. We have a door, though, that will presumably open. And you say that someone from your future was controlling the nightmares this time? It's a good thing that you got our little friend out when you did. A happy ending for one and all. But we can't just leave the nightmares alone now, can we? Or they'll only keep causing trouble. But trouble of the sort you need not concern yourselves with. Surely, after all, they are only able to cause mischief in memory lanes.
Oh, come on.
Well, at least for now.
Well.
Indeed, one of them spoke of escaping the confines of memory lane. Surely, it is only a matter of time. Do you think so? Truly? Really and truly? Shouldn't you be a little more worried about this? I hate to remind you, but the doors, they'll come through all open right here in your little hideout. Zoom in. Perhaps it is a little risky to leave them in their own to their own devices.
Listen here.
Come on, Kersey. Do you expect us to believe you had us traipse around after all ye accursed spiritling only to have this end here, ye long-eared swindler, ye? All the yees.
Hello.
Of course, we can't leave them to their own devices. We have to stop them. We have to stop the horned one. Hoo 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 hoo. Guy now, gun into you. Forgive me, but this has nothing at all to do with the horned one. Oh, the source's particular weakness lies somewhere else entirely. The conductor's the bad guy. The High Higglety's, he's gonna use them for bad.
What?
It does? These angles. But oh, things get so exciting from here on out. So few people know the truth of it all. Will you go there with me? Will you set foot in that place? Will you become true saviors at long last?
Oh.
Are you alright? You're all excited because you thought we'd bow out once all that High Higgly stuff was done and dusted, ain't it? Hoo-hoo, excited is putting it mildly, my little yellow friend. This was all a test. Yes, a test. I'm so happy you passed it. So very, very happy. If you really, truly meant what you said, at least, if you awaken from this dream and dive into it again and still feel the very same. If you do, then the sacred duty of the true saviors await. Oh, yes, it does. Hoo 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 hee 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 hoo hoo hoo. You need to calm down, Mr. Conductor. Okay. A little too much he's and who's for me.
Think I'll save.
Dare I take another snooze, Jared?
I'm so tired.
Because things are about to get real.
Whoa. Croissant.
Pretty much.
Why is there a person on the exact opposite side of the kingdom that does quest?
I choose to ignore them. Calm down a bit, have you? There you all are. Well, are you ready? Seems a bit less nutty than last time, at least, thank Flip. Please forgive me, I was so happy. I've taken so many thousands of sleepy times to get here. Thousands and thousands and thousands. I was overwhelmed at finally having found you. One's worthy of the name of Savior at last. And the fact that you're back means you're ready to get to work, correct?
Hello.
Can I ask you something? I thought you wanted to find saviors so you could get them to help you defeat the nightmare. But you didn't, did you? You wanted us to help you wipe out the wickedness that they're made from altogether, the strange force that taints monsters and does all kinds of other evil things. Trying to piece together what's happening. I feel like this conductor has to be on something. We hit a nail on the head with the bullseye smack dab in the middle, my boy. I see you diving headlong into the contents of all the people's hearts that, or has taught you a thing or two. You are, of course, entirely correct. If we can force the evil to disperse, once we rid ourselves of the nightmares, we'll be able to wipe out all the tainted monsters too, and who knows what other. We already knocked out all the tainted monsters. But such a thing ain't possible, surely. Nothing is impossible, my friend, especially with the power of the High Higglities on our side. Bambosh the buddy.
I've known it. He's a high conductor.
Gibber, Gibber the hopeful. Toodle the trusting. Limerick the loving. Rainy Gazoo the resolute. And Godswallow the confidant.
Confidant for some of our friends.
Yeah. With the light of these little fellows to guide you, you won't lose your way, even in the deepest, darkest depths of the most mixed up of memory lane. And now you can begin your true work of saviors. You can rescue our world from peril, just like the great hero who signed the pledge and took the wizard's companion in hand so long ago. And by rescue our world from peril, I of course mean rescue Zion, god of gods, from a fate too terrible to imagine.
But
Now, only now do you think to mention the god of gods?
Let's
Hang on, he up and left our world a bajillion years ago, didn't he? You're not trying to tell us that all this wicked, tainty stuff has something to do with him, are you? I almost certainly am not. How could you think such a thing of the one who granted you your powers? Mighty Zion once ruled over this world with his fellow gods, but it has been countless years now since he entrusted that task to the kings and the kingsmakers that withdrew. But the king's wind on which you kingsmakers rely on your power flows directly from him still.
Crikey!
Flip, is that so? Well, I
What?
never. How'd you not know something so important, Lofty? He had no need to know, and this is a testament of how far this world has come. But all is well no longer. The problem lies with the King's Wind itself. Once it has flowed to the world, Master Zion no longer controls it. And when it happens to flow into a human heart, it changes, and not for the better. This is how the wickedness is born. Grief, grudges, resentment, their darkness taints the holy wind and turns into a force for evil. You may have heard it said that in history of your world is one of conflict. That conflict has not been without consequences. Master Zion cannot help but be affected by it. And unfortunately for him, his bond with the people of of this world is not one that can be severed. So all that evil, it wasn't the horned one after all. It was the collected misery of the ages. It was, and it continues to be, and without your help, it'll come to choke this world entirely. I'm sorry, do you mind if I ask who you are, who you really are? Whatever do you mean? I'm the conductor, no more, no less. I was asked to conduct this world to safety, and that is what I intend to do with your help, of course. Which leads me to my last and greatest favor I have to ask of you. I want you all to help me rid the God of Gods of the evil that assails him. The closer the light of the High Higgly gets, the more the wickedness will try to fight back, and it will doubtless form countless nightmares to defend itself. But the closer to Master Zion you can take them, and the more nightmares you can destroy, the closer we will come to cutting off the evil altogether. So basically, it's a bucket load more nightmares, walloping, is it business as usual? In other words, why didn't you just say so? The time has come for me to guide you to the place where Master Zion resides. If you had come this far only to flee at the final hurdle, it would have been the end of this world.
Not exactly.
Why would you even say something like that if this is what needs doing for our world to survive? Since if you're otherwise, it's my duty as King of Evermore to do it, and that's why I won't stop until every last nightmare is gone. It's time to open the final door. Wow. You know, this might just be the most important thing to happen in this world since ancient times. May the path to Zion, God of Gods, stand open once more. And may you guide this world to a future free of it. Hey, I don't know. This will be easy. We're gonna throttle whatever we have
I'm
to
not even
throttle.
scared. Heck, I might jump in on hard mode.
True. Open to Zion, whatever.
I initially read it as domain, but it looked like it was dominion.
I saw.
I'm not sure what that
Domain.
means.
Sounds cooler as domain. It's a tree. Is that a tree? That's what I got. That young man is Master Zion, Guide of Gods.
What?
And the black mist clinging to it must be. Yes, the evil we have come to destroy. Can you feel it? The grief, the misery, swirling, churning. And that's all made from energy as Kingsmakers were supposed to get, is it? I'm afraid so, but look, a nightmare is forming from the mist. Something is different about this one.
But how different is it? Because I have a feeling it's going to be the same boss we've already...
It's a nightmare rook.
What ones have they used? The Nightmare Bishop.
That sounds like a cool boss name.
I guess they already used King and Queen, so...
Yeah. Nightmare Pawn. It's Master Pan!
I was thinking the same thing, it's the accursed Master Pan!
He's got one master hand, one crazy hand, and one massive dark master pan. The Great!
Oh!
That's not a nightmare. So what is it? Black thoughts given physical form, the very matter in which nightmares are made, the Great Mad Shadow. Can things really have gotten so bad so soon? Didn't we, or did we take too long, or is it something else? The presence of strong, pure hearts, the light of purity, could these have caused the shadows to thicken in response? We're not too late or too early. It would always have ended this way. We must simply accept whatever awaits us.
Oh, that
Well, don't go talking like we've lost already, Mon. Lofty's right. No matter how strong our opponent, we have to at least try to defeat it. I suppose if we leave the Great Shadow to grow, things only worsen. Yes, people, monsters, all would be corrupted. The world would be overrun with negativity. But would that be so bad? After all, it is a world built on conflict. Perhaps it would happily survive such a fate.
Excuse
The
me.
world might survive, but we certainly wouldn't. We're trying to build a kingdom where everyone can live happily ever after. Hoo-hoo. Now there's a lofty goal. What? Lofty? And a fierce determination to achieve it. I picked my saviors well, it seems. And so the stage is set for a great showdown. One between the light of hope and the blackness of despair that dwells in every human heart. Are you ready, friends?
Come on.
Of course we are. To arms, everyone. The great Mad Shadow won't be so great by the time we're finished with it.
That doesn't sound like an Evan line.
Shall we? Here goes.
Seems kind of tanky, actually.
Here goes.
I'm gonna dodge it.
Here goes.
No, Higgledies, you were supposed to stand there with me.
Here goes. Need a little help here.
No.
Take that. Here goes. Here goes. Make yourselves useful. Here goes. Here goes.
Is it gonna do something that I can actually attack? I don't like that, actually.
Here goes. Here goes.
Okay.
What I miss? How'd you kill him?
I'm crazy. Takes a real savior.
What'd you do to him?
I ended his life,
Kenny.
Darren.
I don't get how you did that much damage, but Kenny was doing 16 a hit.
I made him choke on the light. The blackness is lifted.
flippin' crikey, it's all glowing in that. That's beautiful.
It's the light of life. I'd forgotten what it looked like. The blackness will surely leave the world now, though it may take time.
Yes.
So we did it. Yes, we did it. Yup, and I for one am flippin' knackered. I fear that may be a lack of energy you've come to rely on rather than the weirdness of battle, one.
Crikey!
What do you want about Mun? Oh, did I not mention, as you know, the energy emanating from Master Zion was corrupted, giving rise to the evil that taints the world. When that corruption cleared, it will have taken other energies with it, energies on which your kind rely, friend.
What?
But why didn't you tell us that before? You're right, Lofty. You're just tired, aren't you? Nothing else is wrong with it?
That's right, man.
Calm down, Mun. I ain't about to drop dead or nothing. Bet my fellow Kingsmakers be feeling it, though. And in a world built on conflict, it might provide certain nefarious forces with an opportunity.
Huh?
Wait, you're saying we need to worry about being invaded now? Oh, come now. There's no need to frown so ferociously. We've no need to worry. We have a secret weapon. Or you have a secret weapon. We do? Yes, the thingamajig, the whatchamacallit, you know, the doodad, the incredible thing you all made together. Power of friendship.
Huh?
Yeah, this is no time for your blasted riddles, Kershey, I mean, evermore. Not quite, although that is where it all began. Don't be a stingy bug, give us a... It's a single piece of paper. Then it cannot be the wizard's companion. No, it was made by somebody else altogether, wasn't it? I told you it's something you all made together.
Hey.
All of us, me included? Yes, I said all of you, twice.
Oi.
I'm no good at riddles. Can you give us the first letter? Oh, for goodness sake. What will give that will give the game away entirely. It's a single piece of paper. The name begins with a D. Don't tell me you still can't guess.
Oh.
The Declaration of Independence. Doesn't that start with a T? The very same. It's precisely what it's the Declaration.
Oh, cringe.
It's precisely what your world has always needed, something to bring all the people together. Something
How can you possibly kill this guy so fast?
that means not
taking
fight
no
one
damage.
another, but you work together instead. I'm crazy, Jared. In a world of mutual cooperation, what does it matter if your kingsmakers are a little less powerful? The Declaration will still be useful to us even now that evil has gone. Then we have to carry on working together to build a better world, rulers, kingsmakers, citizens, and everyone in between. Sometimes you actually forget that I'm just better. Well, I hate to say it, but
just do more damage.
But it seems our dream is at an end at last. It's time to wake up and get back to the world. I can't thank you all enough for being such wonderful saviors. Your efforts may have been lost to history, but I certainly won't be forgetting them in a hurry. Now go, get on with your lives. I want to see this kingdom of happily ever after become a reality. The secret is you have to break his hands first. And then his core is revealed in the middle. And you beat up his core.
And what? Does 1,000,000 damage at it?
Roughly. Of course, if you ever feel like revisiting again, I'll always be here. Just lay down your heads on the new moon rooms and you'll be with me in a flash. Lofty's like a look. Lofty's very keen to take a look at the little bottle you got. Okay, so just gotta bring him the bottle. Lofty, got your bottle, mate. Jared might take a little long to get that bottle for you.
Yeah. Because I'm pretty sure I broke his hands and attacked his core with glowing, and it did a normal amount of damage.
Did he like sit in the middle of the stage and shoot razor blades at you? Or not
He
razor
did.
blades, but like
I tried to
buzzsaw
attack
blades?
his core with Roland then, and then he decided, wait a second, you're gonna instantly die to 1,000,000 razor blades.
You gotta dodge him, Jared.
Oh, yeah.
Evanmon, you got a little bottle thingy off the conductor, ain't it? Don't ask me why, but I reckon I could use it to make the old Sword of Unity even more mega. Really? Is that even possible? Don't tell me you're doubting my infallible instincts, Mon. I'm getting a whiff of the same energy the high-headed golf proper mental it is. And you know what energy comes from the most powerful thing of all, ain't it? People's hearts. Take that sword like that one and pack with the power or that powerful, and you'll have a winner in your hands for sure. Well, if you say so, let's give it a try, shall we? Here we go. Tidy, I'll go and tell Bracken to get her backside and gear right away. Oh, I thought you were going to be the one to doing the hard work.
Let's
Ta-da, all done, Mon. My heaven-sent magical instincts have been proven 111% correct once again. The supreme Sword of Unity. Gosh, just look at that. Yep, she's a beauty, alright, and the Bracken Meadow certified super powerful turbo tidy treat of a battling tool to boot. Hee hee, what would we do without your flash of inspiration, Lofty? Thank you very much. Come on, Mon, there's no need for all that. I'm just doing my job, ain't I? Not that I don't enjoy an odd thank you, of course. Go on then. I hereby grant you permission to praise me to the high heavens whenever you feel the urge. In that case, I will. Okay. Is the weapon actually good, though? It is my best weapon. Well, it can deal critical hits to tainted foes, Jared. All those tainted foes. You know those tainted foes, Jared? He's concentrating? He's tryharding?
I just can't find a response. Also, his hands aren't breaking!
Have you tried crushing his hand with a mallet?
Mallet's on me, unfortunately.
Excuse me.
But I dreamed last night that I was playing with a young boy with blue hair. When I awoke, I was surprised to find a letter under my pillow. Uh-huh. That's how it works. It's like the Tooth Fairy.
Uh-huh.
So far, it looks like I have every single quest completed, but, you know. I guess I can go to the Solo Shan and, show him what for.
Okay, now's the question of how I'm supposed to do damage to him while he's shooting massive razor blades of death.
You dodge it, and then you kill him.
Okay, define dodge it, cause I got no iframes and got hit 3 times, even though I'm using Tanu as the discipline.
Okay, dodge better.
No, it just isn't worth doing. It's not giving me any iframes. I've dodged it through 2 of them and didn't get a perfect dodge.
Yeah, the hitbox's a bit wonky.
Oh, and I can be hit by the razor blades while I'm reviving.
Jared's not having a good time, guys.
I mean, if the game would function the way that it's clearly meant to, I'm sure I'd be having a lot better of a time.
Are you playing on expert mode, perchance? Did you crank that thing up?
No.
I am counting.
Playing on hard mode, perchance? You crank that stuff up?
No, and I'm pretty sure if I was, I'd still be able to dodge through when I'm not getting hit by the attacks that I'm dodging.
Here goes.
Who am I trying to hit here?
At least the conductor's hyping me up. He's not giving me any like useful information or helping at all, but
Try dodging.
Here goes.
I guess he found a faulty savior is all.
one who physically can't do any damage. My bad.
You really just have
don't
to
worry,
like,
with
dodge
that punch though.
the razor blades. Or the buzzsaw.
Crazy. It was really fun on Roland who doesn't have the discipline, you know, because it's completely necessary, because it is from the only part that can be attacked. But don't worry, Handy's the savior. If they did any damage or could actually utilize their completely necessary thing.
Yeah, why not just use it candy then?
I am using Handy, it's not working!
Have you tried dodging the buzzsaws?
That's a good one.
I just want to kill them all.
Oh man, it sounds like you're having a rough time.
I am, Jared. You wouldn't understand.
Were you doing more than 45 damage to these hands?
I was doing, like, a lot of damage.
Okay, so I guess Handy's just worthless. Completely and utterly. And I guess I have something on Roland that gives him, like, no healing from any of his stuff. Like, the, items.
I can just max out.
It is most certainly not.
Did you beat him, though?
He just actually healed, like, half the amount.
Did you beat him?
No, actually.
What else is he
Because I
at?
can't destroy his hand because Roland's dead. He's at, like, half.
Half? Dude, what are you... what are you doing? How?
Oh, let's see. Land
I
is
am
completely
counting.
worthless. Roland's dead because I can't use any healing.
Here goes.
Handy's literally nothing, but she's the only one with the discipline, so she's the only one that can actually.
Here goes. Eat this.
Controller, you gotta stop vibrating and dying.
Here goes. Eat this. Here goes. Eat this.
Let me dodge in the right direction.
Here goes. Here goes.
Okay, so Roland does do 20 times the damage that Tanny does, which adds up considering Tanny does slightly less damage to everything else.
Eat this.
Sounds fun.
It's especially gonna be fun with the Razor Blades when I punish him and do like 1% of his health a hit.
Here goes.
It's playtime. Feels like going a lot better with Roland.
I mean, kind of. I get zero opportunity to attack, because get this, with a melee weapon, he doesn't actually stand still. If only I could freeze time, because I guess that's completely, and I mean completely essential to have that thing that it didn't tell me I needed.
It's okay, dude. You know?
It's a knot. It throws me into a literally, and I mean literally, completely unwinnable situation and expects me to win.
He's at half health, Jared. You're fine. Is that? I don't know if I can make out what that guy is. He must be powerful.
Here goes.
Yeah, Roland's doing a good bit of damage to the core. Unfortunately, he's not completely invincible for 15 seconds, so... Get down here, please! I wanna fight!
Here goes. Make yourselves useful.
Okay, yeah. And now I kill off Leander, who also takes literally like no damage with his blades, which is pretty cool.
Here goes. Eat this. Here goes. Don't let me down.
And now I equip the Discipline on this one character, which I also have to use, and make this the easiest fight in the game instead of completely impossible. Again, great design.
Yeah, it's
It's gonna
tough.
be funny, though, when I like dodge one hand attack, break that hand, dodge the other hand attack, break that hand, dodge a soul blade, kill the boss.
I had to dodge like 4 hand attacks and dodge like 2 sets of razor blades. So.
I just don't know why Tanny does literally 0 damage. It's like, oh yeah, this one character that you're gonna decide out of your own free will to use this thing that's completely necessary, that we're not gonna tell you, also does no damage for no reason.
I told you, Jared.
It's fine, at least I could try a spell on Leander. I'm sure those soul blades don't instantly stagger and I can't get literally anything off.
It'll be fine. Okay, we need to take a wee bathroom break. And by a wee, I mean a wee. When I get back, Jared's gonna throttle the boss.
That's one hand attack dodge, that hands down. So far, so good. Okay, that's a second hand attack. The other hand's down.
So it's talking to himself again, guys.
I'm proving a point.
How are you proving a point? Ask again, how are you proving a point?
I'm trying to dodge Soul Blades here, who still don't have a hitbox, in case you're curious.
They don't have a hitbox. That seems pretty good.
Again, I dodge through like 6 Soul Blades in one dodge, don't get hit, doesn't give me the perfect dodge. Which is weird, because I'd almost consider that. I might be, mincing words here. Perfectly dodging the attack.
Ah, dear, dear,
Shall we?
dear. You have much to learn.
Here goes.
I'm guessing though you're doing a lot more damage than you were the first time.
Yeah, because turns out, again, when I'm doing like 15 a hit, it's actually a little rough. Yeah, the stack of the hand is already broken. That really helps me a lot.
Oh, there was no arrow.
Okay, use the sweep attack so I can't actually attack his hands. Attack with his broken hand again, super useful.
There's so many ranged enemies. Why are there so many ranged ones? All yours! Oh, wait, what? I was moaning into the mic, give me my ability!
What did you do to dodge and Soul Blades? You just dodge straight forward, or?
I think so.
Okay, I dodge into the portal of Soul Blades.
Why are there so many enemies here? Things taking me longer than Jared to finish that boss.
Doubt. How many Soul Blade attacks did it take for you?
2.
That might help.
Well, technically one set
just
of
feel like
them,
I'm not doing
but
a lot.
I dodged 2.
Gotcha.
I have a tickle in my throat. Some orc fried rice.
I am counting on you all. Eat this. Here goes. Here goes. Here goes. goes. Eat this.
Cooking them up. You dead? I'm guessing
Not
he's
yet.
involved. Or something.
Trying. However, dodging into the portal is actually pretty dangerous. However, it's the only way it's worked even once, so... Okay, respawn, instantly die.
Sure you don't have it on like hard mode?
Here goes.
Yeah.
Eat this. Here goes. Here goes. Eat this. Here goes. Eat this. Eat this. Here goes. Here goes. Eat this. Here goes. Eat this.
Ooh, Dream Eater armor. That sounds cool.
And he's dead.
Ah, dang. That was
I'm
sick.
still surprised you killed him so quickly, or were able to actually dodge the Soul Blades. Because again, like, literally, I was able to dodge the Soul Blades inside the portal, if I timed it correctly, to them spawning inside the portal when I can't see them.
Yeah.
Or when he didn't attack you probably didn't even see because you killed him in, like, you know, one attack.
I
where he does,
probably
like, the
just got
red
lucky,
Soul
dude.
Blades that spread out and then spread back in. Yeah, but that doesn't make sense.
That's
I
how you,
imagine
dude,
get the-
dude, that's how you beat
the
half the
gods-
boss in our games. You just get lucky and don't have to fight them. That's... Now you know what it's like.
Yeah, but this is different. This
No.
is, you just can do more damage.
I don't know, dude. I'm pretty sure.
Like, what'd you do? You
got
dodged,
lucky.
and then how many hits did you actually get in one dodge?
Dude, I don't think you understand. This is literally how the fights go. This is how I'm like, how'd you kill that boss so fast? And you're like, I don't know. You know? It's...
Yeah,
now you
but
just know. You're on the receiving end, Jared.
this isn't luck. I can get lucky with, like, attack patterns or happening to dodge at the right time. This is just, things don't work, and you do more damage. The only luck-based thing about this is you happen to be playing the best character with the best discipline, and I happen to not be, and it doesn't work for no reason. Which, that is a classic. That is exactly what happened. But see, when I am playing Roland with the discipline, how are you just killing him faster and it being more cooperative? The more that I talk about this, the more I'm thinking this is exactly what happened.
That's what I'm
I
saying,
feel like you don't
dude.
usually struggle this much, though. I feel like I
don't
beat a boss
know.
in like 3 minutes and you beat it in like 5 minutes. Not like, you beat a boss, like literally, it's like I look at the boss over your screen, it's a full health, then I dodge like 2 attacks, your boss is dead.
No, that's pretty much how it goes. Like, I'm getting to the boss, I'm like, oh, I'm destroying this guy. And you're like, done. I'm like, what? How? I've done everything like the same, if not better. There's no way you were playing better than me. You're like, yes, I'm
Yeah,
just
but like,
better.
say a lot of these dream bosses, for example, it's like, again, he's at like half health for you and mine's dead, even though I started a little bit later, it's like, yeah, you know, that kinda doesn't make sense, but it's not like your boss literally takes 0 damage for every attack.
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Unless I was just miraculously on hard mode, but I don't see how I would be, given the fact that I turned it to normal mode, like, much before this, to where even loading back my save wouldn't have done it if it does that.
I don't know. I think the cookie just happened to
And
crumble.
that still doesn't explain why the Soul Blades are so stupid.
Well, that I probably just got lucky. Because that probably would happen.
Yeah, but I feel like, again, I dodged, like, Saban does this, like, wave of Soul Blades, like, you know, all of them at once.
Isn't that the only soul bleed he does?
No. He also has one where it's, like, left to right and it, like, swings back and forth. And then he also did one that he did once.
yeah,
and
that's the
something
one
he
he
does when
did
he's,
for
like,
me.
below half health with it. Where they're red and then they spread out and then they all come back. Which
I've had him
I
do.
couldn't have expected, but I did dodge it.
The only attacks I saw him do was his claw move, where like he slams it and then drags it, and then where he punches the ground, it creates a shockwave, and then the one where he does the blades that go like left and right, like he's like a whip almost, like kind of whips back and forth, and I killed.
Gotcha.
Shall we?
His other attacks include he does sweeps with his hand. I'd be surprised if you didn't see it all.
Oh, actually, yeah, I did see him do a sweep, like where it's like really far
And then-
back, where he like sweeps it.
Yeah. Occasionally he also does a close-up, which I saw once. Which means you probably weren't even close to seeing it once.
I don't think that's how that works.
That's exactly how it works. I feel like he had another one. Oh yeah, he can slam both of his hands in the middle, and then it creates like a shockwave straight forward. That one's pretty cool. It instantly kills, which isn't surprising, because, you know, it is just he charges up, does an instant attack where you can't know that also has an instant shockwave. Why wouldn't that instantly kill?
True.
I don't know. A, I don't understand why Kuni is doing 0 damage. Like, again, like, actually 16 per hit. When, again, he probably does, like, as much damage as Roland in normal situations. Especially with the discipline. I don't know. Even disregarding how unbelievably uncooperative and stuff that didn't make any sense. Why do you have to play Roland and have to use that discipline and it tells you literally none of it? Because, like, imagine, right, if I didn't see you kill that boss that quickly, I would have just given up or wasted hours because I didn't know there was a correct answer.
Yeah. Hey, Cedric, this is quite literally what happens when you do
I knew this was a bad game, but I didn't expect them to do this so badly. Like, again, with the horned one, it's like,
Here goes.
maybe not the horned one, just the guy, I guess. It's like, oh yeah, this specific sword that you got from the store, and it says it's a super legendary sword, says that there's a lot more damage in the horde beforehand. It warns you that you should use Evan with that sword, or else you're gonna have a tough time. This, nah.
To be fair, I just feel like the
don't see
thing
you
going down.
feasibly standing a singular chance without the thing going down this one. Which has nothing to do with this side quest. Again, you can do this without ever getting access to that. At least presumably. But don't worry, it's definitely feasible with that. Where he has a constant hitbox in all directions, definitely. And he has 5 seconds of punishability where he's also shooting massive soul blades. I just don't see that being feasible if you don't make it 20 seconds with invincibility.
I'm still curious now. You did it for like so long the one time, like the thing going down discipline. Okay, you said it lasted for like 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just weird with how it works, because either it's just like each time you hit a unique enemy, it gives like a few seconds bonus, or if it's on killing enemies.
I don't know, because I've just done swings and I've never had it last like long at all.
Yeah, it's also weird, because I feel like Roland attacks slower than Tanny does, but also his just kind of lasted longer. Like, Tanny's I can get like 2 combos with the finishing hit being a special. Roland, it seems like I can do almost 3.
Come on!
Which just seems kind of weird. And also, I think the Tanny being useless allegation is just true.
Here goes.
And I don't see why. It must be a weird defense thing again. Just like, ooh, this guy has 5 more defense than you guys, so he takes literally 0 damage compared to the normal amount.
I'm just gonna spam dodge. I have to dodge it.
Here goes.
Especially again with how not cooperative, easy the dodge is. Like an attack that stops like a full second ago and doesn't have lingering hitbox, sure, you can dodge that. But now for the soul blades.
Here goes.
I just really don't understand, like, again, disregarding all, like, the decisions they made, how can you make hitboxes that bad with a perfect dodge system and just ship it?
Don't let me down.
Good question, dude. One I don't have an answer.
I think that one fight, I've lost all the little respect I had for this game. And then some, actually.
Eat this.
You had respect for this game?
Make yourselves useful.
Just a little.
Eat this.
I like some of their systems, but I don't know if I can overlook that.
Here goes. Here goes.
Kind of throttling these things.
I just like that after that, Loft was just like, yeah, you know, I know exactly how to upgrade this sword now.
Yeah.
But it is slightly better than the Ruby Katana, so... You know that thing that we
I
got
mean,
from, like,
it is our
first
best
one?
weapon, Druid. So,
Huh?
it is our best weapon. So,
Not my best weapon.
well, it's by far my best
Because
weapon.
get this, I got lucky in the labyrinth.
That's just not right.
It does make me wonder though, if the labyrinth can give us better weapons, and is also how you get the
Here
discipline,
goes.
why does this exist?
Here goes.
Why is this? What? I don't know what this boss is smoking, but it needs to put it down.
I owe you one. Need a little help here.
Why am I confused right now? I dodged his attack.
Don't let me down. Eat this. Eat this. Here goes.
What are you even fighting it? Now, are there new Pain monsters?
No, it's just Solstium.
Gotcha.
How am I stunned?
They probably take out this last Pain monster, honestly.
What is this?
Seems like you're having a fun time.
No,
I
how is
feel
he
bad.
just not dying? What? That's his health right now?
Looks like quite a bit.
I'm thinking I'm in that same boat as you were with, like, Tanny. I'm literally...
Do no damage at it.
Here goes.
I think his backup's like, ooh, he's really strong, so he like, it's gonna make it seem like you're doing no damage, but he actually just doesn't have that much health kind of situation. Wait, you have fun with that.
Make yourselves.
I just don't think this is gonna be possible. He's like actually just invincible. Maybe playing with controller, I might be able to kill him with magic. Controller.
Your judgment is nigh! This will go no further! This ends now! You shall go no further! You shall go no further!
See, that looks like, doesn't look like you're doing low damage. Maybe you're doing a little well. It just seems like he actually has like 7 billion health.
Your judgment is nigh!
Yep, I was in fact on normal mode.
You shall go no further! Show me! This ends now!
Damn, some Soraways here. I might just use a food or something. I should also
You know?
use a bunch of items, probably.
Feels like we can also hold so little items.
Then he strengthens magical attack. Probably. Strengthens all attack. Strengthens magical attack. I have three of these things.
You shall go no further! You shall go no further! This ends now! Help me, friend! You shall go no further!
What are these?
Your judgment is nigh!
Oh. okay, okay.
Spirits, run! You shall go no further. Uh-oh, this ain't looking too good.
Why did I want to do this Coliseum?
This ends now.
Big for me now. Why does it have to do so much damage?
Your judgment is nigh. This ends now. You shall go no further. Show me your power. Your judgment is nigh! This ends now! Help me, friends!
He's gonna jump into me, isn't he?
Your judgment is nigh!
Okay.
Show me your... You shall go no further! Your judgment is nigh! Uh-oh! This ain't looking too Help me, friends! This ends now! Your judgment is nigh!
Mm-hmm.
This ends now! You shall go no further!
My neck hurts from that one.
Did I miss a step? How are you at exactly 1 HP?
I think I have something that lets me survive. That's happened a
That
couple
does make
times.
sense.
I'm hoping, or else I got really lucky on like 3 different occasions. That was terrible. So am I missing something with like the weapons we should have? Should we be having like really overpowered things that have like 1,000,000 damage each? That thing was really annoying. I know you could probably not tell.
Yeah. Did it get the time bonus though?
I actually did get the
Almost,
S rank.
almost.
I tried. Really hard. So.
That's fair. Don't want to have to do that again.
Depending on what I need. I don't see why that one was so much harder though. Well, I know why. The boss. That seemed like crazy difficult for no reason. And I'm just a little confused on why. I don't think it was levels. Maybe my weapons just really aren't that great. But I find that also weird, seeing as that I have like really good weapons.
Can this guy stop jumping?
Are you fighting that thing now?
I'm fighting a brilliant core. Presumably on one arena lower than you.
Gotcha. Okay, to be fair, this next thing we can make is pretty good. Like 800 damage. But I need a pure bronze ingot, which I just have not gotten. I just wonder, should I try the next one? Or should I try and farm for a pure bronze ingot? That's what I want to know. Because that one took so gosh darn long to beat. But I feel like I probably could just beat the next one as long as it's not that guy. 'Cause those guys are notoriously like the tankiest, aren't they?
I think so.
So maybe just have like tons and tons of both defenses, which, you know, seems a little unfair. I mean, this one theoretically shouldn't be that bad. A Nightmare Queen. We'll test it.
Do mine eyes deceive me? Is this a nightmare road?
That's what I'm saying, dude. They're everywhere.
I will take literally anything over whatever that one boss was going.
The monkey.
Here goes.
I'm not really sure if I'd willingly take the monkey over the Mad Shadow.
I'd rather fight that Mad Shadow guy again, 100%.
Here goes.
I bet you would.
Over another one of those things. Trust me, you'd even want that.
I'm not sure if I would.
You would. Trust.
Make yourselves useful.
I just don't think you realize how bad that thing was to fight.
Don't let me down.
Some words. Of course, yeah. I dodge just before the guy hits me, I get hit. I dodge just before the guy hits me, I get hit. I dodge a second after tackling. Perfect dodge.
Yeah. Stop! What even is that debuff?
I'd gladly take like about 50 more of those nightmare roads though. Not at once, preferably. I'm sure I could fight 50 of those guys at once a lot more easily.
How am I getting knocked over?
It really does feel like they went out of their way to make things as annoying as possible.
Really?
Like those flying enemies, for example. It's just like, take 30 seconds to deal with them. Like 5 enemies. The next one's called Black and Blue. Which makes me think I'm gonna be punched by a gorilla for 30 minutes.
The enemies you fight.
I don't see his name on here. What floor are you possibly on?
Sure you didn't get ahead of me? You can just sweep through the monkey really quick?
I don't think so. What one are you on now?
Like something deeper? Like deeper dark or
I
something?
see no beepers. Well, it seems like the F-rank time gets lower and lower. Because your last one was 12 minutes and so is this one. I'm on 14 minutes.
I don't even think it would be that
In other
big.
words, I've got a lot to look forward to.
I don't think so. You're probably not that far behind. I'm on like the 14th one or something like that.
Yeah. I'm still not looking forward to a certain someone though.
Who?
You know, the name who I dare not speak.
I'll tell you one thing. It is miserable.
Here goes nothing. Here goes.
You know, I wish I could just like kinda act at this point. Instead of having to wait for guys with no tells to attack me.
I didn't know we were playing Wizards 101. You will understand.
I don't even know what I'm looking at.
They're just killing themselves.
Sounds easy.
Well, it's not.
Man. I love these water balls just locking onto me, even like going straight behind. I gotta say, I love the fact that there are a million lock-on projectiles that I can't dodge and also stagger me. And sometimes explode.
What'd you get here?
I think it's crazy how these enemies can shoot arrows that change trajectory mid-air, and yet my bullets are slower, do less damage, and can
Really hoping this boss just ain't that bad. But I have a feeling it's gonna be a rough one. I can probably use a food to increase my physical attack, though. Would probably be a good idea. It's only 4 minutes, but... Oh, but actually 9 minutes. Hoping that even if they have a bunch of defense, this will cut through it.
Watch your backs. Here goes.
Okay, I'm doing a couple thousand, so we're fine.
Here goes. Eat this. Eat this. Here goes. Here goes. Eat this.
Pure bronze ingot. Is that what I'm looking for? Let's go Seti spaghetti. To get a better weapon. Cutting edge carnage. Sounds really fun. Whatever more. I also got the third melee manual, so maybe I can just, you know, jump ahead.
Uh-huh.
I cannot, because I need a refined silver ingot. But I got the pure bronze ingot now, so... We're chilling. What does this thing do? Imbue weapon with darkness, massively increase dark damage, using absorb abilities boost power. Something not that great, but it is a lot more damage, and that I will take.
It's weird how Tanny has like 400 less attack, and yet she's doing just as much damage as Roland.
That's weird.
I'm not sure why attack only matters against their defense to do either full or no damage. That sounds like a terrible system.
Okay. Okay, so broadleaf bots and blaster, blitzer, and obliterator. That should be fine. You fighting monkey boy yet?
No, I'm fighting the last thing of presumably the one before him.
Hopefully you'll struggle less, but you also have better weapons, so...
Yeah, but it didn't necessarily seem like you did low damage.
But I'm
You
expecting...
might be doing higher damage, because against this Manticore and the boss before it, I'm doing like 1,000 a hit. So those things probably just have 1,000,000 health low defense.
I don't think so. I don't think it's just that much health. But I feel like, again, anyone would be doing some damage. Like, Leander was also doing, like, nothing to him. I just don't want to have to go back and, like, farm for levels or for even better levels. That's annoying.
Yeah?
I don't know what type these guys use. So, like, obliterators. Question, is this gonna be a boss obliterator?
Here goes nothing. Here goes. Here goes.
Maybe no. I'll just head back and see if I can craft any good armor and stuff. Not that I think whatever I do will make me do any more damage, take any less damage, but it'd be cool if it did.
I'll help here. Weakness.
Yeah, these things are taking absolutely forever.
Here goes. Here goes. Make yourselves useful. Here goes. Weakness. Here goes. Here goes. Here goes. Weakness. 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 Weakness.
I'm sure Roland can take down this guy with no effort whatsoever. Though I might get one shot, but you know.
Down. Here goes. Weakness. Weakness. Make yourselves useful. Here goes. Here goes. Weakness. Here goes. Weakness. Here goes. Weakness.
That's not very, looking good for this next boss.
Why? Why can't I use any spells? Just let me use it! Why does every single attack have to do 500 damage and knock me down?
Doesn't tweak the poison and dark. Ooh, that's actually good though for me because I use dark.
I couldn't hate it here actually more. They're just 50 birds and spamming spells to lock on.
Could step it up.
And I'd love to kill them, you know, all at once with my skill that casts instantly, but unfortunately it can be cancelled even faster.
Careful, everyone.
22 damage fireball? Sure, knock me over for 5 seconds.
Here goes. Here goes. Here goes. Eat this. Don't let me down.
Seems like weaknesses are really, really strong.
Here goes. Here goes. Make yourselves useful. Here goes. Eat this. Spirits, fly!
Flip my spaghettios.
Your judgment is nigh! This ends now! Help me, friend! Your judgment is
Really
nigh!
fun first round. And I imagine the second round's gonna be like pretty easy, and the third round, I already know how bad the third round's gonna be.
Give me any of the things I need.
What, you thought you could be rewarded for your effort?
No. So is there like accessories that can imbue stuff with wind? Like where I could just be doing wind damage?
That'd be way too easy.
Is it just weapons? I feel like that seems weird. I think there has to be something. Because I feel like there's some good stuff I could be doing. Because like that darkness was incredibly good. If I could exploit weaknesses, that'd be great.
Okay, very important question. Why when Hand is asleep can I not swap?
Go to sleep.
I guess that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then I use a sleep begone, but it doesn't let me because I apparently woke up that first.
The V N maybe? Will increase this thing. Having a greatly increased dark damage when I do dark damage with my sword might be pretty good. That's not even good. Doesn't really help me though. I feel like I want some things. That'll actually help me, believe it or not.
I'm ready for this Zag to have 0 weaknesses that I can actually exploit.
Yeah.
He's gonna be like weak to ice.
I'm sure that's the case. No, maybe there's some better necklaces I could put on. Because I don't really need XP. Is there any good? I mean, honestly, these things. I feel like I use them. These things kind of just suck. If there's just strength and... Give me some strengthened sword or strengthened...
Okay. Super effective Spark Spike did a decent amount of damage.
That's crazy. I'm liking that so far. I mean, critical, it's much more likely. Strengthens all attacks. This is pretty good. Slightly strengthened. Preferably a massively strengthened would be great.
Yeah, Zag went down pretty easy with spamming Spark Spike.
Really?
Yeah.
Why though?
My final time was 6 minutes 24 seconds.
What did even happen?
My weapon also greatly increases wind damage, which certainly probably helped.
Maybe.
The tried and true method holds tried and true. Spam super effective spell win.
I don't know if that's the case actually.
Seemed pretty like the case to me.
Mm-hmm. just feel like I'm not doing enough damage for any of these areas. It's not like they're like terrible, but I feel like they should be going down much easier. But why was Spark Strike even good? Is it just effective element?
Yeah.
It was weak to wind though?
Yep.
I wonder why my thing wasn't doing all that. A Temper Temple. That doesn't sound very fun to fight. Mossy Monuments. Crystal Crypt. Things sound annoying. I'll be fun. I'll make it somehow. Probably. I'm not going to.
Mm-hmm.
I can almost guarantee it's not gonna happen. See, this thing is weak. Wind. This looks okay. Don't like my chances. I just feel like these things should be dying a bit faster. Like the Obliterator died pretty quick if I'm using Darkness, but
Here goes.
I don't want to fight another one of these guys.
Weakness. Here goes. Need a little help here. Here goes. Here goes. Make yourselves useful. Here goes. Here goes. Don't let me get. Here goes. Here goes. Up here. Weakness. Here goes.
Okay, I'm definitely gonna need that because I'm gonna wind up getting hit.
Here goes. Weakness. Weakness. Here goes.
I don't think so, thank you.
Here goes. Weakness. Weakness. goes. Here goes. Weakness. Here goes. Weakness. Don't let me down. Here goes. Here goes. Here goes. Weakness. Here goes. Weakness. Weakness. Here goes. Don't let me down. Weakness.
Yeah, why is everything exploding? I don't like it here.
These things take so long to kill.
Here goes. Weakness. Weakness. Weakness.
I don't think that should have taken 4 minutes to kill the first enemy, but you know. It's gonna be another stupid enemy, isn't it? I don't know if this thing's actually gonna be any easier.
Here goes nothing. Here goes. Here goes.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let me down. Here goes. Weakness. Here goes. Weakness. 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 Here goes. Here goes. Weakness. Make yourselves useful. Here goes. Here goes. Here goes.
why is he so tiny?
I don't know. Make it harder to hit, maybe?
Here goes.
Maybe all of these bosses just have a chance of being really tiny.
Here goes. Here goes.
Come on!
Don't let me down.
Ah, maybe that's why.
Here goes.
What? And you can't stand in front of him, dodge his missile.
You know?
Make yourselves useful. Eat this.
Did I defeat him? I assume... I know I still have at least one more enemy to fight, but I don't think I'm getting time on it, unless it's weak to dark. But we might need to farm for levels, Jared, believe it or not. Because these things are a little
Nope.
high level. And also might need to farm for some better weapons, which also sounds really annoying, believe it or not. It's weak to light, sleep, bro, why? My team doesn't want to use light or sleep. Leander
what do
doesn't have
you
any
want,
light
huh?
cells, does he? Only Evan?
You might. Probably not.
The question is, do I just want to sit there and use Evan, though? Do we think that would be more powerful?
Probably.
You ready for this? Here goes. Eat this. Here goes. Eat this. Eat this. Here goes. Here goes.
No, Higgledy!
Here goes. Eat this. Eat this.
Okay, well I don't like that actually at all. Maybe I'll eat another, whatever food will make me more powerful.
Here goes. Here goes. Here goes. Eat this. Here goes. Here goes. Eat this. Eat this. Eat this. Eat this.
Okay, game. Why does it have to kill me there? That was fun. It actually wasn't fun at all. How many solo CM things are there, bro? It feels like just like never-ending pain. Truly. I feel like more than 10 seems like a lot. An unreasonable amount, even.
I can agree, actually.
Why did they not give me anything? I have like silver ingots, but no refined and no pure bronze ingots. Like I can't make anything with these things. It's just annoying. Like I shouldn't have to redo a million things to get one of the weapons. Like I feel like they're drops, right? I should be getting them.
I mean, logically.
So like, why not? These enemies are like on my level. So I don't see why I'm not getting anything like XP or better gear or anything. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. They're not giving me better things to use. I could have used that. I might be here. Wait. Yeah, okay. I might be able to work with this. I have to urinate yet again. Coffee goes right through. And pause. I'll be back. I really hope there's only 15, but this other one doesn't really seem like a last battle kind of thing.
There's gotta be at least 30, obviously.
Okay. Now, big money. Make sure I see it real quick. Have that at some point, right?
Uh-huh.
goes. Eat this. Eat this. Here goes. Don't let me down. Eat this. Here goes. Eat this. Here goes. Eat this. Here goes. Eat this. Need a little help here. Eat this.
Oh, sorry, did they not leave a...
Here goes. Eat this.
Well, the thing is, I think these might all count as tainted monsters.
I see.
So I think the Sword of Unity might be really, really, really good. It just guaranteed crits.
I take it Roland can't equip it.
He can. He can. What monster type? It's doing the weird glitch where I can't see. But I guess you wouldn't know. If I take a peek just before fighting it, it looks like a squid. Are squids always jellies? They can be dragons too, right?
I don't think so.
Well, let's see what happens.
You ready for this? Here goes. Here goes. Here goes. Here goes. Eat this. Here goes. Eat this. Eat this.
Why does it always have to interrupt me?
Here goes. Eat this. Here goes. Here goes. Eat this. Eat this. Here goes.
Alright, should also put this towards equipment. I want more materials, but I also, you know,
Uh-huh. Why is Batu's like super strong skill that does a ton of startup and costs 3, not even break staggers?
no monster type to like. Okay. Who knows? Finally answer. Certainly looks like a dragon to me. I have a feeling it'll probably use dark. And or wind, why not? Fire. Makes more sense to do fire.
Here goes.
Ow.
All do it. Here goes. Here goes. Weakness. 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 Here goes. Weakness.
Oh, and the Zing charges up really quickly on this thing too.
Here goes.
Kinda does.
It's like every 10 hits. Yeah, so like if you get a dodge, you just get a Zing skill.
It's the same with Canda's weapon.
Oh, I got a gold thing. Dream Eater shoes. Well, that one went pretty quick, all things considered. It's actually kind of sick. Okay, well, we should have been using the sword the entire time, by the way. I think everything would have been going down a lot faster with that. Who's using the Dream Eater other thing? Dream Eater.
Oh yeah. Instantly kill me, that's cool. I didn't want to live anyways, actually.
Why not?
These moths need to stop flying into my eyes.
Every attack being crits and being able to use Zing that high. Honestly, classic style might be pretty good too. In these situations, but fight a light. Wonder if that means there's gonna be like 20 of these things. Thing is, there's more than 15. Okay, Nightmare Rook, Queen of the Dawn, Light Incarnate, Spanglu, White Wyvern, and Lumina. We'll be fine. Probably. Fairies? I'm guessing these are fairies. Weak to dark. So maybe I'll put on my dark sword for now. If it's even better, honestly. I mean, it is more damage. I get it, because the charge up is S rank.
That makes sense.
It's pretty a lot. Guess I should also probably change this just to XP, seeing as I don't get anything else but XP here.
Shall we? Here goes.
Feels really rewarding being confused for 15 seconds.
God dang, 6 minutes for the first round.
What'd you fight?
Obliterator guy. Is it just me or the lights just flickering?
Just you.
See, I'm just not sure I believe that.
Need a little help here. Don't let me down.
We kind of whatever. Fairy and weak to dark works for me. Uh-oh. Way to gosh darn second. This is actually the last thing I'm gonna fight.
Here goes. Make yourself useful. Weakness.
Seems like only some of these guys count as,
Here goes.
or I guess that first wave probably doesn't count.
Oh, what? Huh? Sorry, getting murdered. What am I supposed to do against these other fairies, bro?
3-second charge up to instantly kill Roland.
Here goes. Here goes. Eat this. Here goes. Here goes. Eat this. Here goes. Eat this.
No. Yippee. I'm guessing now one more enemy stands in my way. Fairy that's weak to water. Oh, well, that sounds like it's weak to light if you catch my drift. I almost wonder if the Supreme Sword would be better than crits. 'Cause it feels like everything's a critical or anything anyway.
Eh.
Here goes. Here goes.
Okay. That works too. I do like taking, what is it? Yeah, all my health. I'll just stay away from the light.
Here goes. Eat this. Here goes. Don't let me down.
We're being real stingy with the perfect dodges today.
Here goes.
That was a bad idea.
Here goes. Eat this. Here goes. Eat this. Here goes. Eat this. Don't let me down. Here goes. Here goes. Here goes. Eat this. Here goes. Don't let me down.
Nightmare Rook's taking its time.
Here goes. goes. Weakness. Here goes. Weakness.
This is so slow.
Weakness. Here goes. Weakness. Here goes. Weakness.
Crazy, but it still takes forever.
Here goes. Weakness.
I never changed my thing back. I got a refined silver ingot though. I
Kinda
think I
crazy.
did need for something. I don't know if it was another weapon or what. Okay, I got more accessories, which I can't craft, but at least I unlocked them, right?
True.
Like some things I can't use. My favorite thing in this game. I'm just wondering if it's worth trying to craft another gun or a wand or what. Might as well check the accessories though. Well, I need a gold ingot, 2 pure silver, and 3 silver, and some other things I don't have. Oh, that's cool. I should probably also grab this. I don't really use it. Whatever. Can I craft a better weapon though? Ooh, I could make the Godhead sword. Is it really even better? Imbue weapon with light, massively increase light damage, and high chance of confusing enemies. But it's built up C. I feel like I should save it. I wonder if there's a wand or something that would be better that I could make. The Godhead wand. Which does what exactly? Imbue weapons with water, massively increase water, and high chance of confusion. It's also just like a lot. That's also more range damage than magic. Still a lot though. It's all to compare, right? It is a good bit better. I'm thinking I want to make